ones, except for to the mayor. It's not TBA in the book, your office, but have you filled with Beth Amico moving over to HR?
I do have somebody
And you
starting.
have a retirement.
I have somebody starting next week in my office, and Darryl McCarthy is retiring as of Friday, so that position would be open.
Thank you. I mean, that's my general comments. I've gone through the budget. I think we've all, every year, and really not much has changed year over year in the budget. I think we see the writing on the wall. We see what's coming. These are positions that aren't empty, and it might not be a lot, but the state's on a hiring freeze right now because there's no money. I wouldn't want to say, do we have qualified police officers and firefighters to put on and get them through the academy? I wouldn't want to say stop hiring there because we struggled so long and we pay a lot of overtime for those empty positions. But for other positions throughout the city, I would think we should be implementing a hiring freeze. And then if things turn around, if we get to tax classification and maybe things are a little bit better than we're predicting right now, and as department heads, say, I really need this position, that we can talk about it and it can be on a one-to-one basis, but otherwise next year we're just going to be looking at laying actual people off that we work with every day, and I really don't want to be in that position. And if we can start by taking positions that are not currently filled and trying to be creative in our departments. It's hard because we as a council do not work with department heads every day. We're not in the building. We're not seeing the work getting done. So we don't have much insight into it. We're just seeing the numbers. And at some point, something's got to give. We can't cut the $10 million that was increased to the budget this year. Those are all hard bills that we have to pay. So we have to find somewhere else to save. And I'd rather save, like I said, from people who aren't currently working for the city and removing these positions from the budget, even if it's a few $100,000 that we can save from moving over to the cash reserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. The mayor deferred to the clerk on that position. I'm going to give her an opportunity to respond.
So the city clerk's office has been operating without a senior clerk. One of our clerks retired at the beginning of August of last year. And so I have, as far as I know, I have a new employee coming in at the end of July to fill that position. And we need it. And we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Are you all set, Councilor Peach?
All set, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Other councilors in the general government? Councilor Turco.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGinn. This is so hard to talk with these things in my ear. I'm going to take them out. I concur with Councilor Peach. I hope not to get into filled positions, so I'm hopeful we can do some of this with the unfilled positions. I'm quite sure we're going to get to that. But Mayor, as far as your office, you had stated, I'm trying to remember, you had stated a couple months ago that when Beth moved over to benefits or to HR, you said you were going to use 4 or 5 interns to cover that position for the summer. Am I remembering that right?
Yes, I was going to use interns, but certainly not 4 or 5. I have one intern that's been with us for a couple of years that's worked for the summers. Caitlin, I think many of you know her. That's who's been working since she graduated college a few weeks ago. Okay, she's going to work for us through the summer.
So right now you just have the one intern covering, and that's, so at the end of this week, with Darryl leaving, you'll have nobody. You said you have somebody coming in a week to work?
I have a new executive assistant that's starting next week for Beth's position, and then I figured Caitlin would help us through the summer as I move forward at hiring a new position with Darryl's retirement.
Okay, thank you. If, I don't know, if the auditor, I guess, could answer this question, or maybe just generally, just for my own curiosity, I'm trying to look back to where we were 4 years ago and how we got to where we are, you know, at this point with budgets. I generally don't go back to 2022, even though it's, you know, you have that period in the book. But when I look back at 2022, the salaries in the auditor's office on page 5 were $164,000. And in 2026, we're at $262,000. So I'm basically just looking for a reminder as to how we increased salary in the auditor's office by $100,000 in a 4-year period.
So last year, if you remember, we voted to have an assistant auditor position. Last year, we voted to have an assistant auditor's position that is going to be partially paid from the grants. We are working to have that transition between the treasurer's office and my office, where it used to just be myself and principal clerk. The principal clerk that we currently have isn't up to par as my previous person. So I need a lot more help because we reconcile a lot of grants for other departments. I also handle the insurance administration. So there's a lot of work there that my office can't handle, just the two of us.
And I apologize, I wasn't looking for you to justify. You know, I was just trying to figure out how we got $100,000. You know, I realized that you need the help. So that was my next question. The $30,000 that you mentioned, it was supposed to be 50% from the city and 50% from the school for an auditor's position. Didn't we talk about that last year? Is it the position? But I don't see that listed anywhere as a 50-50 position.
Yeah, we have.
We had discussed that during budget time, but when we went to tax classification, we hadn't made the transition at that point, so we didn't budget anything or take anything from the school department at that time. And right now, we're still in the middle of trying to determine that transition because of various factors, including a death in the family. So potentially, we can come back and fund that at tax classification partially from the schools and from grants, but right now, we haven't determined that.
Okay, so as of right now, I'm not seeing it because it's not there. You haven't even listed it anywhere in this budget, that 50-50 position, or does it exist somewhere here?
There's no money shown from the schools coming over. The full position is budgeted right now in my budget.
Okay, and there's no position as Councilor Peach had mentioned. There's no position 2BA, TBA anywhere in here for that. It's just not even listed.
Yep.
Okay. And then the last question I had regarding accounting and auditing services. You know, I see where every other year it goes up to the 80,000 roughly. So is that a biannual audit that we're obligated to do, or why does that increase like every 2 years and then get reduced in the opposite year?
So we have to have an annual audit. The auditing firm that we've had for many years was bought out by a larger audit firm. Luckily, our previous auditor, Powers & Sullivan, they were able to keep our audit rates low. But we have the same audit team. They're just under a different company, and that company has gone to a market rate. So that's why we're seeing such an increase this year. In previous years, it was just the way the billing happened because it always, like, we just finished our fiscal '24 audit, so we're still working on the fiscal '24 audit bills. And so we normally budget for what our next audit period is going to be.
Okay, so the $20,000 increase, so are we to expect that every year, or do you think that'll stay stable after?
It'll go up a little bit, but not like that. They wanted to go up a lot more than that, and we worked with them to try and keep it down as much as we possibly could. So I think, don't quote me, but I think maybe next year it was around $4,000 or $5,000 increase, not another $20,000 increase.
Thank you. And I think that was my last question for you. I would move on to just one quick question. I think I know the answer already, but I'm going to ask. In the assessor's office, Mayor, there's two positions, fiscal year 2025. The two positions were listed as $53,800 on salary page 6. With the 2% increase for fiscal year 26, they actually go down $3,000. So is that because of these are new employees replacing old salaries from the previous year? Okay, that's kind of what I had figured. The collector's office, you have a part-time wages of $4,250. And who works part-time for $4,250, which
That's for a potential summer employee for the collector's office. We have somebody who works, a college student that works some hours for us during the year, and then also money available for the summer help. That office, all the offices are certainly busy, but that office during certain times of the year is extremely busy. So we always try to have a backup part-time person ready to assist when needed.
and where were we on that TBA there, Mayor? Has somebody been hired for that or no?
That position hasn't been filled. I budgeted it as a half-year position to try to save some funding there, but that position's open right now. That office is routinely stressed as one of the busier offices, and I always felt like having a part-timer ready is just something that's needed for that office.
Okay. And I don't mean this in a facetious way, but is that just going to be the answer, that everybody just needs the positions because it's not helpful to us to try to reduce positions? You know, as you heard us say during the school budget, you know, at some point there has to be a more work with less people. And it's not something I want to do. It's something that, as Councilor Peach mentioned, I think we have to do in preparation. But it wouldn't be responsible of us not to prepare for the upcoming years. You know, and there's always a strong possibility that we could be completely wrong, and you know, life is grand for the next couple of years. I just don't believe that, hearing from other cities and towns and state agencies, and so I guess, you know, I'll start there. I'll move to reduce the collector position, senior account clerk, at the amount of $30,500.92. So moved.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, before a vote.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Turco, I'm in the assessor section. Where is that exactly?
Councilor, I couldn't hear you.
I'm in the assessor section. Could you specifically take me to the line item that you just...
Yeah, it's salary page 8 is what I was looking at, but I can go to page 9 in the book, which is 51110 salaries full-time, to reduce that by $30,500.92.
Bear with me, Counselor Turco. I'm still trying to find it, so could you, so take
My
the... take-
page 8 collector.
Collector, I'm sorry, I was in assessor. There's a motion on the floor. On the motion, Councilor Gamache.
Yeah, thank you. I know there's a motion on the floor, but we haven't heard from the collector. And I was wondering if council didn't mind if we brought the collector up to give us a little bit more details on this?
Yeah, absolutely, Counselor. You are correct. I should have extended that courtesy to the
Thank you.
collector.
And if before Mr. Morphus comes up, I did want to give a little bit of background on that. You'll see throughout this whole process, we were looking for opportunities to consolidate departments, make some difficult decisions in order to present the budget. You will see, I've always felt, and I know I don't feel alone in this saying this, but the collector's office and the treasurer's office have a very close relationship. You'll see on page 7, right before the collector's office, you'll see the treasurer's office, and that position, we did cut a position in treasurer. The intent being that by cutting a position in treasurer, we could have the treasurer position in the treasurer's office and the collector's office kind of help with both departments. So we did make an effort here to show a reduction in light of where we are financially. So we did do that to now potentially cut a position out of the collector's office. That would be a real hardship. That would basically be a reduction of 2 positions between those 2 offices. That would be a very difficult hit for those 2 offices. Already a very busy office, certainly the collector's office. But we did try to take that into account, and that's why the proposal was a reduction in treasurer to try to account for where we are financially. But another hit for the collector's office would be a difficult one. So I did want to state that is something we've been working on and trying to make do with less. Certainly that is something we all have to be doing here, and I feel like with the relationship between those 2 offices, we did cut 1 position there, and to do a second position would be difficult for those offices to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Morphus, do you want to add anything? He does not. Other councilors on the motion? Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you. And I'm glad that the clarification, excuse me, the clarification was made. You know, we did cut 1 position in the treasurer's office that nobody seemed to bring up, including myself, and ask any questions about that. But if this is a position that is being used by both offices, I can't support that based upon the fact that we've eliminated a full-time position for this position to swap out both offices. So I think it was a good clarification, and I can't support the cut in that department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Anybody else? Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see the reduction. I saw the change in the treasurer's office, and that was described in your letter. This is why it's so hard, Mayor. I mean, every position, we can argue that every position is needed. We reduced the city budget by $102,000 for employees. How many teachers did we cut? How many school administrators, student-facing positions? How much did that total? I would cut 20, I would cut a city position so much faster than cutting a school position. And I understand we can't have everything. And that's where we're at. But now it's June 24th, and we need to have a budget by July 1st, at least make a concerted effort to have a budget by July 1st. We had 7 business days to go through this budget, the school and the city budget. I would support the motion because I don't know where else. I don't know where we can cut that's not going to hurt someone, somewhere. This is at least a position that's not a person that's already here. I don't know. It's hard, and I get it, and I don't envy your position as mayor. I don't envy the school committee's position. I don't envy anyone's position making these decisions. I don't envy my own position. But we have to cut somewhere, and we reduced the employee budget by $102,000. And we're asking for a tax increase of $500 on average per household. I've stated before, I work in the private sector and haven't seen a cost of living increase in 3 years since the economy took a turn. And many of my colleagues have been laid off, and I've been lucky just to keep my job. And I've had to do more with less. I get it. All of these positions are needed. We want to provide great public service to the taxpayers of Peabody. I don't know where to cut except to start with open positions, and that's my thoughts on this.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I've heard, Council, you say that, and a couple times I let it pass, but you brought up the fact that there's a number of people in the private world that do not get raises, you being one of them. But we're not in the private world. This is the public world. We have 15 city unions. There's never going to be a chance that we're going to have an agreement where there's not going to be some cost of living adjustment. If you look at other cities and towns, I would ask you to provide me one city and town that has not had some sort of negotiated contract where there wasn't some sort of addition to the cost of living adjustment. That's incumbent upon cities to meet the needs of the community, but also to keep our workers here, because we're in a constant battle with other cities and towns in order to get the right people in our positions here in the city to function properly. And to compare private with public in the world that we exist in with our 15 city unions is not giving the full story. We have to keep up with other cities and towns. And again, I would love to see some information on a city and town contract regarding any public union where there were zeros or there wasn't some sort of increase in some capacity for the city workers. So, I would love to see that information because it is very difficult to keep pace with other cities and towns.
Council Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get it, Mayor. I get it. Unions are going to try to negotiate increases. We have ordinance employees that we're giving increases to match union because we want to keep good people here. I'm not talking about cutting someone who's already here. I'm talking about cutting a position that's open. But we're also, if you look next door to Beverly, where they negotiated a hard, with a teacher's strike, they are now cutting significant teaching positions in Beverly because they cannot budget that union contract. I don't want to see Peabody in that position, and I get it. We have to negotiate with 15 things, and public and private is different. On average, you make more money in the private sector, but you also don't work, a shortened, I work over 40 hours a week. That's not the average schedule for someone in the city. That's not full-time for the city. It's different. There are positives and negatives for working for the public sector and the private sector. I used to work for the public sector. It's different. And I'm not saying don't give anybody a raise, but I'm saying it's putting a financial hardship on the city, and that's why we're here.
I think that's fair, Council.
Thank you, Council Peach. Council Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just start off by saying I hope that tonight is all about business and doesn't become personal, because everyone here has a job to do, and that's the business of the people. Don't feel sorry for us. that we have to make these tough decisions. Year after year, we go to everybody in the city and say, can you sign my nomination papers? I want to run for school committee or city council. And we get people to support us because we ask them for this job. We ask them to allow us and to trust us to do the right thing for them and for the city. And year after year, many of us maintain that trust and they send us back. So don't feel sorry for anybody in these seats or any other elected seat. They asked for the position, they asked for your trust to do the job, and they need to do the job. None of this is personal, it's all business. From the mayor's office all the way down to across the board, city council, school committee, library trustees, electric light. It's all the people's business. Next, we have asked the school committee, the school department to spread the pain, and we also need to do the same on the city side. And that affects the department heads. We appreciate all the work you're doing. You're the ones we call when we need things to get done, and we support you. And there come times, during difficult times, you're going to have to do more with less. You'll probably hear that a lot tonight. That's how I work for the state. I'm not going to cry about how overworked I am or how frustrated I am on how many hats I wear. Plenty of people are in the same position. So it's not just here in Peabody, and it's not just those in the room. Secondly, I appreciate Councillor Peach's focus and effort to be proactive so that we're not in a situation which we have been guilty of over the past several years. We've created new divisions, hired new positions that come with what has been proclaimed recently with outrage of the cost of health insurance, that it's unsustainable. That's true. So we shouldn't keep adding to that. It's unsustainable today. It was unsustainable 2 years ago.
Councilor Manning, I promise to come. I can come right back to you, but I just want to remind you we have a motion on the floor. So right now we really should be on the motion. If you have comments specific to the motion, I'd like to vote that motion. And I promise to come right back to you for your additional commentary.
And if Councillor Peach would like to continue to follow along those lines, I know that we're on a motion that Councillor Turco made.
Correct.
Which follows along the line that Councillor Peach has really scratched the surface. I'd like to give her the opportunity to continue to take a look at those TBAs, to take a look at those that have not interviewed and don't have people scheduled. On Councillor Turco's motion, I support it 100%. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. On the motion, Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the motion, and I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Councilor Manning Martin and Councilor Peach said. I think that's a great place to start. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending upon how you look at things, I don't think this is a position to start. As the mayor had mentioned, this is now a combined position with the treasurer's office and with the collector's office. I think that eliminating this position would set the collector's office up in a poor situation with all of their duties and their responsibilities that need to be done. I do think that this is a great position, a great way to start with the TBAs, but I just don't believe that this is one of them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Rossignol. Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Chairman McGinn. On this particular position, I'd like to just hear maybe from Mr. Gindras in terms of the busyness or workflow of this position. If this was something that we held off on hiring until December, by 6 months, we amend the motion to cut that in half. Is that something that's reasonable, or is this something where we need to be focused immediately on July 1 hiring this position?
What we did was we took a look at the treasurer's office and the collector's office combined, and we went forward with reducing the treasurer's office position and maintaining an 80% position in the collector's office in anticipation of having the collector's office position work almost every day in the treasurer's office also. in the meantime filling with part-time wages that the mayor had already talked about. So this would be a great hardship, particularly on the treasurer's office, because they really need 3 bodies in there at multiple times a day to function effectively, with also helping the collector's office. So that was the logic behind everything. We already took, as the mayor said, we already took the initiative to remove the position, supplementing it with a job share, actually, with the collector's office.
And if you could remind me, what's the proposed start date for that position? I mean, as soon as possible, or can you just give me an idea for calendar?
We don't have a proposed start date. It's sort of, as we have been filling positions, they kind of get in a queue, and it's one of the next positions to be put out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weld. Councilor Manning Martin, on the motion.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Gingras, if you could. You mentioned that the salary's been reduced. Can you show me where the FTD has been reduced and that name of that line item has been eliminated?
Salary, page 7, behind the treasurer's budget. The second line down, it was a 50,000 plus reduction.
I'm sorry, even with my earbud, I cannot hear you. On page 8, on the treasurer, is that where you are?
The page behind that, page 7.
Page behind it is 7. Okay, 8 and 7. Why? Okay. So could you tell me again how it's been eliminated?
So that's approximately $52,000 reduction.
But it's still listed. That's why it's being identified. It's still a placeholder of TBA. So it's still there.
It's not funded.
Okay, but the position is still there that could be funded at any other time because the position is there. You just ask for a transfer of funds because you need a position. So if you're truly eliminating the position, you should truly eliminate the position. That would be a true budget, and that would be, I would think, more transparent.
Actually, we try to keep positions there that were in the prior budget, so you can kind of see them coming and going.
Yes, but we're not seeing this one go, is my point. It's still there. You're just not funding it. And it would be, is in a placeholder to be funded later because it's still there, is my point. So again, I support Councilor Jerko's motion. Thank you.
Council, I think that's a fair point. We actually tried to, when we had this discussion, we actually thought we were being transparent by putting the position in there to show that there was a position and then we were reducing money. So we actually talked about it, and I thought that it was my decision. I thought it was more transparent to show that there was an actual position that had been funded last year that we were taking away and not funding this year. But your point's well made. I just thought that would be helpful to see the position, but that it wasn't being funded. That was all.
If I may respond, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Thank
just
you.
a
Yep.
point of clarification. So is it your intent to put forward a amendment to the salary ordinance to eliminate the position? Is that would be the only thing that actually makes it go away, right?
It's a union positions. That's what we just thought, that based on the budget woes that we were having, that that would be a position we could cut and then share somebody with the collector's office to kind of go from 2 positions into 1. And again, I thought that it would be better to show the actual position that we had in the budget last year, but show that it wasn't being funded this year. But I see the other point.
Sure, and just, if I may,
Yep.
and just to go back to previous budgets, this would be a time when some of us in the past would try to fund that position at $1, to leave you a placeholder so that should times change, you could come back and ask for a transfer of funds. And that never flew. He always wanted to keep that position fully funded and say you're not going to fill it. So that's essentially, you're in the same position here as saying, you know, not $1 or $0 because it's still there. It's the same thing that can be simply filled with a transfer of funds is my point. You've taken my point, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. On the motion, Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very familiar with this office and how it functions, and I appreciate the importance of the staff. If we have a floater for the collector's office to the treasurer's office, this is, I think the mayor just answered this, this is a union position with benefits. I'm getting nods, yes. I have to agree with my colleague, Councilor Peach, that if this is open right now and functioning at this point, I don't want to see a new face in City Hall just to wave them goodbye in a year. So I have to go ahead and, unless someone can convince me otherwise, support Councilor Turco's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Daigle. Anybody else on the motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
No.
Gamache.
No.
Higgins.
No.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
No.
Rossignol.
No.
Belleville.
No.
Daigle.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-4. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I put you at the end? I'm sorry. Councilor McGinn.
No.
Motion fails 7-4.
Thank you. Could I move on to IT? Just my first, that's page 12. The first thing, Mike, I just want to point out, I think it might just be a typo, but salaries with the proposed changes, an addition of 60,108, that you have the proposed changes 0%, but yet they're all at 0%, but at the bottom it's 5.72%. So I don't know if that needs to be clarified for the public budget. As far as the department itself, computer maintenance and outside services, there's two pretty large numbers, 300,000 and 401,000. Can the director of IT come up and just explain a little bit of, and I know we have the backup for withdrawals, but I can't make hide nor hair of what those are. And the reason I asked the question is because we have added significantly to this department over the last couple of years. And I'm just wondering if, you know, some of these outside services or even computer maintenance can be done internally by our IT department. So first, if you don't mind, if you could just tell me what these two line items are. Computer maintenance, we'll start there for $300,000.
Mr. Chairman, what page are we on? It's very difficult.
It's page 12, information technology.
Good evening. Today, technology is everything. We cannot do the job every day that people turn the computer on, nothing will work without technology. That being said, to keep the system up and running, it requires a lot of piece of puzzle that we put together to make sure that the city runs smoothly, the operation, day-to-day operation, there's no disruption. To answer your question, Councilor Turco, those two line items, including the services, anything covered from software such as the financial software, the permitting software that we are using, also the internet services that we provide for the city, and also maintain and for mission critical venues such as Brooksby Farm, the Meadow Golf Course, and what have we. Also, cybersecurity is very important to us because, again, I give you an example that one day in about 1 hour, I have about 2,000 attacks our network in that 1 hour. So we need to build some sort of barrier to protect our resources, because if someone hack into our system and disrupt our business, basically we're done. And so I can go very specific, but overall, we're talking about those two line items, big ticket line items, cover software, hardware maintenance, cybersecurity, internet services, all of the mission critical points to keep us up and running. And we have no control, and we have no control of the price, because we go through, we do our due diligence, we compare before we commit to a particular vendor. But again, these are the costs of doing business that we have no control.
Thank you. Yeah, and I agree with you on the importance of IT. Just when you see $700,000 like that, you wonder, with the addition of, I believe you've added 2 employees to your department in the last 2 to 3 years. So I just wonder, with 5 employees, rather than the 3 that you originally had, if any of this, these things can be done, primarily computer maintenance. I'm sure you're all pretty adept at maintaining computer systems. But you've answered my question. I won't harp on it too long. So I'll move on from it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, can you just explain to me, so the increase on salary line item in IT, you have a $60,100, but the addition of the employees, $52,000. Is the remainder just ordinance raises?
Yeah, I believe it's the COLA percentage that we incorporated.
Right, and all of these we're adding in we haven't voted on that, correct? The 2% COLA?
No, it could be much higher, but we had to put something in here to prepare ourselves for when it gets voted.
Okay. I'm not sure. Let me just look real quick. I think that might be the end of general government. Salary page 15 under community development. We're using $50,000 from our community development block grant for the assistant director of planning. Was that always used for that, or is that coming? Did we take away from something else that a block grant may have been used for to now fund this position?
Yes, thank you, Councilor. Just give me one moment.
Page 20 in the main book, and then the salary backup is salary page 15, right behind it.
Thank you. Yes, what we did, you may recall, we had, at the time, 2 assistant directors. We had Brendan Callahan's position, and that was funded by the city budget. We had Stacy Burnson as the assistant director. One was director of planning, one was director of development. Stacy Burnson's position was funded through a CDBG grant. We felt that, and again, an effort to try to consolidate departments and look for opportunities to save some money, we felt that combining 2 assistant directors into 1 assistant director of community development and planning, which is now Stacy Burnson, we thought that was a way to save some money. And we utilized the $100,000 that was freed up through CDBG to apply to some additional money in that department that I think came out of savings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, thank you for the. But I might have missed it. It's hard to hear. But the $50,000, was that a lot? What is that? Did we use that somewhere else last year, or has this always been used for a position?
No, we had never used The Community Development Block Grant, the CDBG money, had always funded Stacy Bernson's position. This year, with Brendan retiring, we felt there was an opportunity to consolidate into 2 assistants into 1 assistant. So that department has actually been reduced by 1 assistant director. That $100,000 that was utilized for Stacy Bernson's position was just used to put into the department financing, and you'll see some reductions for that.
Thank you very much. All right, my last thing, I guess I'll have to go to it's in our packet. I don't see, is it item B in the packet, the payroll stipends? I'm not sure how to tell you where to be. It would be the 4th page, including the cover page. Payroll stipends that would fall under general government. So I've obviously looked through some of these, and some of them, are justifiable. The one there's actually 2 I'd like to eliminate, and I'll take those in separate motions. The business liaison duties in the amount of $18,349.76 to reduce. That would be the mayor's budget, correct?
That line item would be in the community development part-time wages.
Okay, if we'll see how we make out on the motion, Mr. Chairman, and if we need to get a line item for you, I can do that.
We do need to get a line item.
All right, we'll go to the community development page. Page 15. Okay. So the line item would be, I don't know if it's in full-time or part-time wages, so I'm going to take it out of, we'll remove that.
I believe the mayor told us it's in part-time wages. Is that correct?
What's that?
You clarified it was in part-time wages. So that
It's
would
in
be-
part-time wages, Council.
So that'd be account 51120.
Yeah, part-time wages, 51120, to reduce that amount by $18,349.76. So moved.
On the motion. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know this item has come up in the past, and it's a frequent motion that's made. I did want to speak to the importance of the position again. This came about as a request some years back, where we did have a full-time business development officer / business liaison. That position, and again, in an effort to try to consolidate and reduce staffing here, we eliminated that position when it was open, and we felt, and it had been here for a number of years, that position as a full-time position. But we felt that that was an opportunity for us to downsize a little bit and try to make do with the best we could. Chris Ryder has been the chief of staff for a number of years, has done an excellent job here, and has taken on additional duties as the business liaison / business development officer. It's hard to really quantify the work he does in terms of meeting with potential business owners in the city. It's a major part of his job, often on weekends and on evening meetings that he's attending in order to meet with potential business owners. We just had a call in yesterday about somebody looking to open up a Spanish coffee shop. Chris Ryder was the one that met with that individual, kind of walked them through the permitting, walking through the planning, all the different parts that would be necessary for to open up a business here in the city. And that's just one part of his job. The other part is recruitment of businesses. He's been an instrumental part in the work we're doing with the Sansone Group, which is right now in line to purchase the Rousselot property, as well as the sale of the property over in Centennial Park. Analogic, and he's been working with those business owners and has taken up that additional task. So I do not think it was a requirement for a full-time job, even though there's been a number of people that have spoken about the need for that, and I felt by having a designated person with a stipend position was a way to help the Chamber of Commerce, to help some of the downtown businesses, people that are bringing in business potentially to the city, people who are purchasing property that need assistance with permitting and things. And Chris has really tackled that well, in addition to marketing and bringing out a lot of these businesses that a lot of people don't know about through some marketing efforts, podcasts, and things of that nature, which I think has been successful. I think it's just a voice for some businesses. And, you know, I understand that this position comes up as a stipend, but I do feel that there's great value being brought to that position. And again, it's a part-time position. We did away with a full-time position some years ago as a full-time position. And I believe the salary at the time was near $100,000 with benefits. It was up to $115,000 or so. Now it's a stipend position of, I believe, $18,000. And I think we're getting great value from that. And I wanted to speak in favor of that.
Councilor Gamache. On the motion.
Yes, you answered my question. I wanted to know what the previous salary for the business liaison was, and naturally with health insurance and all that stuff, it's 100 plus. Let's just call it that. I do believe that it's an important position to have in the city. I honestly believe that now is the time to try to keep a liaison position, primarily with the market the way it is now, trying to bring business to the city. We have no other revenue coming in. If we don't bring business to the city, we don't get the revenue. You know, and we're going to be talking about this down the line, I'm sure, but my position would be that for $18,000 plus a year, as long as he's bringing business into the city of Peabody versus a full-time position that was there years ago, I think it's money well spent. We're saving probably $100,000 in the long run. And this is a position that the city needs to draw people and draw business into the city. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am also acquainted with this position, and I wish it was actually six figures, because I probably never would have left. But it's not a 9-to-5 job. It's around the clock, and I can tell you that I have to bother the business liaison on weekends and at nights, and we walk around downtown frequently about events. And there is, I think it's actually a savings that we don't have a full-time benefit position, and we have someone that's around that also has the mayor's eyes and ears and can help bring new businesses in. So I actually think it's kind of a perfect fit. So I am happy to keep this in there and appreciate the work that the business liaison does, because it's not an easy job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Daigle. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you. And for clarification, to the auditor, you had mentioned that you're busy and you needed to backfill a position. Are you still handling the billboard information?
Yes,
And that is because you carried it from a previous position, right?
yes.
And I'm asking that because that's certainly something that needs to be reassigned. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't recall this being near a six-figure position at all. But did the billboards, were they supposed to be handled by that position, business liaison, or because that collecting the monies and also monitoring the billboard use needed to have a home, and it lost its home, and Mary's been handling it. And for some reason, I thought it was with the business liaison at one point. So, do you remember, Mayor?
Yeah, Council, I think you're right. And yeah, I might have misspoke a bit. I think I had $100,000 in my head as between the salary and the benefits. It was a $100,000 position. But yes, as part of those initial duties when the full-time business liaison position was filled, the billboards did fall under that person. You're absolutely correct.
So I think sharing duties and fairly disseminating workloads among people needs to really be recalibrated. We're looking to cut positions. People are working without staff. They're carrying workload from a previous position that somebody else was supposed to be doing. It's not fair. So, you know, I certainly think that the business liaison with that stipend should be picking back up the billboard management, because we did lose oversight of that because she had no direction. She just picked it up because she's a good worker and very conscientious. So if this position remains and the vote does not pass, I would hope that we could reallocate that responsibility to the business liaison where it belongs. So thank you. But I will be supporting Councilor Turco's motion.
Thank you, Council. I think that's a good suggestion.
Thank you, Council Manning Martin. Anybody else on the motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach,
Yes.
Gould,
No.
Gamache,
No.
Higgins,
No.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton,
No.
Daigle,
No.
Rossignol,
No.
Melville,
No.
McGinn.
No.
Motion fails, 7-3.
All right, I'm going to move on to, I have actually two more questions regarding this. One is a proposed cut for, and I'm actually going to hold off on that motion. The IT role for emergency management, that we have several of those in the amount of $9,999.86. I think there's a total, I think there's 5 emergency management positions, different departments, if I remember correctly. We just added those, what, two years ago, maybe 3?
I thought it was a few more. I thought it was a little bit longer than that, Councilor, that we've had those positions. The emergency management, we've tried to spread the funding. Chief Dowling, as the fire chief, is the director of emergency planning in the city. His stipend, I think, is just about $15,000. And then the 4 other major contributors to emergency management we've identified as the IT director certainly is a part of all of that. Security, public works, and health. We feel that those are the 5 that are often the front line for emergency management preparation and training, and we felt that that was appropriate as additional stipends for those. Those are kind of always work in progress. Things happen that at any time that require their meeting and collaborating, also training, things of that nature. And we felt that that was the best way in order to use those emergency management funds.
Okay, so I guess more in line, because I could go down all these one by one, but why don't we just add it to the salaries if that's the case? Why are we calling these stipends? Because as was said to me reviewing this budget with somebody else, you know, it's really their job to respond to these emergencies. Our IPT director, our police chief, our fire department, our health director, that's part of their jobs to do that. So I'm not arguing that they don't deserve it. To say, let's, you know, instead of going over stipends continually, why don't we look at correcting this? If those are part of the requirement of the job, and you know, we hope that they won't be angry that they didn't get a stipend this year, and they're still going to show up, I would imagine. Why not just get rid of these stipends as a whole and make the proposal, you know, at some point next budget to just add these to the permanent salaries of those positions, because they are in fact permanent stipends for those positions.
No, I think that's a fair point. I think that's something that we can definitely look at. I think that's a fair statement, absolutely.
All right, I will not make that motion to reduce that line item, but I hope that we start to consolidate some of these. You know, and there's a reason. Some of these stipends are retirement eligible, some are not. You know, if the intention is to pay these people for the jobs that they do, and you know, we could guarantee that it's part of their pensions if it's part of the salary, whereas the question could arise at some point whether those are pensionable or not. So it just makes more sense to have them in the salary and clean this up a little bit. And my last question, Mayor, we briefly discussed it, and it's with regard to the library, but I think you said the funding was in your budget somewhere. There was a reduction for the library for the Noble software. And you said you had moved it out of the library to a specific fund. And I want to make sure, is it in general government somewhere?
Thank you, Counselor. It is not in general government. It is part of our capital. But I'm glad you brought that up, and I appreciate you reaching out to me on this yesterday, because this was a miscommunication between the library director and myself, and the blame was on me in terms of the miscommunication. We did take $43,000 that was in the line item for IT services and programs that was in the library budget. We had some money available in capital specific to IT and specific to some of the programs that funded the library operation. So in an effort to try to utilize the capital money that we had and try to find a slight reduction in the budget itself, we moved the $43,000 into the capital. The money is still there to be used specifically for IT services and programs for the library. That money is not changed. That is fully funded. We just used the $43,000 and took it out of IT capital because there was funds in there that we needed to use, and it served a number of purposes. And we also did check to make sure that that had no effect on certification. That's obviously, I know, very important to all of us, that the library continue to be certified. The library is one of the few departments that we are adding to this time around. But the $43,000, I did want to make sure was very clear. That is part of the library budget in the sense that it's there and available to be used for the IT services and programs. But I just wanted to take the opportunity, again, one, because we had to use that IT money in capital, and two, because it was just a way to make a little bit of savings in the overall general budget. So thank you for bringing that up. I think Director Morgan-Yo is very comfortable with that moving forward, and but that was a miscommunication. That was my error, and I know it gave some concern to the trustees, but I wanted to make sure all of that funding is fully there specific to the library, and there wasn't a cut in funding. It was just used in a different line item.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess my effort here is to clean that up also, as Councilman Martin always says, to make it a true budget. Where could I reduce that $43,000? Where is that capital that I could then add to put it back in the library budget so that it's specific to the library budget for years, the current year and years future, so that we just ensure that this doesn't get lost in the shuffle somewhere.
100%, you're right, and I can get the paperwork over to you to make sure that it clearly shows that capital money being specific to the library. I can have that for you at the next meeting.
Great. So the capital is, there's no line item for capital in this budget that I could transfer from to actually just clean this up now. I have to wait for a document from you.
Yeah, it's a capital. It's already been approved by the council. It was capital that was specific to IT technology and programs. The council did vote for the $100,000 in funding. This was a previous capital request. There's money remaining in it that we didn't want to sit in capital any longer, and we felt that it could be applied because it met the needs of the department. So it has been, that money has been approved specific to IT in capital previously, but we can get you documents to show that it's going specific to the library. But it was already voted on by the council and approved as IT services.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Yep, Councilor Maniman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Frank for IT stuff. I appreciate everything you do, and I'm the first to admit if Control-Alt-Delete doesn't work for me, I start yelling out my door for tech services, so bear with me. Could you tell me, and my question is, how many city buildings, can you hear me? How many city buildings are you directly, is under your oversight?
Great question. Thank you. Of course, all of the departments in City Hall. Then we also have the golf course. The golf course maintenance building that we also managing and working with Eric to make sure that his irrigation system working so that the golf course can generate revenue. We have Brooksby Farm, we have Tilly Farm, we have Children Museum, we have skating rink, we have DPW, and we have fire department.
You do have the fire department.
Work in conjunction with the fire department. We monitor the network. Basically, we play a major role, but the fire department, in respect to their operation, because they 24/7, and we are not, even though we try to be 24/7.
Sure. And do you have the police department, or is that?
No.
So is it anything that's 24/7? What about the library?
We don't support library because
They're not 24/7, right? They're not 24/7, so I'm trying to follow what you cover and why.
The fire department. The fire department.
Okay, but you don't cover the library.
We don't cover the library.
Why is that?
Many years ago, under different directors, and I've been here 30 years, so I can go back as long as 30 years. So many years ago, the Noble network for the library is very unique. And it's proprietary. I was trying to say, well, how can we help you? But we would say, no, we are separate, we are unique because the Noble network is a network among the library, if I understand correctly, that they have their own services. And trust me, Councilor, I saw that it's a value services to the city people. It's very important, one of the important function for the city. And I was shut down.
Sure. And the reason I'm asking about that is there are just pockets of monies throughout this budget for technology, computers, and I always find that should be under our one tech services and monitored by the tech services department. So I would be more inclined to increase your staff and your budget so that you can oversee and save us money and really have control, because it concerns me greatly that, and I'll get to it when I get to other departments, that we have tens of thousands of dollars, some maybe even over 100,000, for tech services in 2 other departments because they're 24/7. But you and your department should be staffed enough to cover those 24/7 so that we don't have cybersecurity risks. Because I'm concerned, because if we have individual staff who at any given Sunday could become disgruntled staff and they have access to our computers, certainly police and fire, that's a problem. And I don't know of any other, certainly not where I work in the state, do we have individual staff fixing issues, coming in for overtime to fix an issue. That's really the IT's job. So that's kind of what I'll be looking at later. Those are the questions why I just wanted to get, you've been here 30 years, you do a great job, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I just really wanted to get the history and get a better understanding of why you cover what you do cover and what we can do to help you cover what you should be covering, in my opinion. So I thank you, Frank.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Gwynn. Thank you. Touching on something Councilor Turco had mentioned earlier as far as computer maintenance and outside services. Now, can you just let me know who the provider is, and is that a contracted service, and when is that contract up, and when was it renewed?
Many contracts. Great question, Councilor Rossino. We have many different contracts for different services. From software, for software we have the financial software, then we have the permitting software, then we have the marriage certificate and all of those. Then we have assessor software that the assessor department that need to run their departments. So we have, and then we have services like internet services, and to Councilor and main points, like we're not 24/7. That's why we also subcontract somebody behind our back, make sure that they watching our back 24/7. So we create different layers of protection to our resources, strategically different layers of protection to make sure that our business continue to run on a day-to-day basis. And we do the best we can with the approval from the mayor, from Mike, and, so we do the best we can.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Now, the other question I have through Mr. Chairman to Mr. Gwynn, do you cover the schools or the Torigian Center?
That's another great question. So on the school side, the answer, no. But for the school administrative building, because they're using the same financial software for purchasing and basically account payable, account budget, and so basically they're using our software. So all of those employees, when they down into our network, we manage those services.
Okay, so just for clarification, just the administration, not necessarily day-to-day operations as far as
Yes.
teachers, grants. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rossignol. Councilor
Nope.
Welton.
I'm sorry. I still have the floor.
Rosenthal?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and to you, are we doing payment in lieu of taxes at this time, as far as general government?
You can ask the question.
So I have two questions regarding payment in lieu of taxes. Number one is it shows Leahy has expired and was 90,000. Is that because we're in the middle of contract negotiations with them, or are we expected to have that funded?
Yes, that 3-year agreement has expired. We are currently in negotiations. I just met with them last week. I would expect that we'll have an agreement in place probably by the end of next week. And I anticipate it will be a number higher than where it is now.
Perfect. Thank you.
It was a 3-year agreement, and now we're negotiating a new 3-year agreement.
Perfect. And then lastly, regarding payment in lieu of taxes, is this the complete list that is in your 7E? Because I noticed that the Children's Hospital is not in that, so is there a reason for that? Oh, 7F, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Counselor. And I probably should have included this in here. Yes, we do get pilot payments from Boston Children's. It goes specifically to the student-based health center at the high school. I should have accounted for that in here, but that goes directly in terms of payment services, goes directly to the student-based health center at the high school.
And just roughly, do you know roughly what that dollar amount is?
No, but I certainly can get that. It's a dollar figure, but it's also services they provide on a kind of regular basis at the site itself.
So on that subject matter, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor, and when that was originally formatted, the children supplemented it, and then the idea was to go through health insurances to finish the cost for the Fredberry Health Center. So is that still the case?
Perhaps Sharon can give some more information on that, but Sharon, did you hear that question? Would you be able to speak to that? Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
I think I heard your question completely, but if you could repeat it.
Sure. I know when the health center at the high school came on board, the Children's Hospital was a supplement, and the remaining balance to fund that was through health insurances and through, I want to say, the physicians group there. Is that still the case?
So they do bill for services when the child has health insurance, and they do also offer enrollment for kids who don't have it, so they are able to get reimbursement for a lot of the services they provide. There are some services that are provided as confidential services, reproductive health services, things like that, that they do generally not bill for.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Rossignol. Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Chairman McGinn. Through you to Mr. Gindras. Can you provide a total for 53125, which is the outside service line?
For which department?
For all the department? Well, for the section we're in now, general government?
Yeah, I could have that for the next meeting.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I could have that for the next meeting.
Okay, what I'm getting at here is I'd like to see what we're contractually obligated with in 53125, and then I'd be prepared to make a motion to reduce anything that we're not obligated with by a certain percentage and see how much we recoup. We're talking about making hard decisions here and spreading that out. I think that's a line that no one, wants to necessarily get rid of, but that would be something I'd be willing to make a motion on. So if you could provide for us for the next meeting, I think probably an extension of this, if it's not too much work, beyond general government for each of the departments, what 53125 looks like. And then, if possible, and again, I don't want to stack a ton of work on you in the next 2 days, but what we're contractually obligated on and when it expires. Again, the intent of this would be to see if there's savings there, where I would much prefer to reduce that line than to look at removing positions and things like that, if given the choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Welton. I need to make a point of clarification here. Give me a moment. Councilor Welton, and the rest of the council for that matter, you had alluded to the possibility of making a future motion that would be a percentage reduction.
Yes, I think I'd like to see the information first before I would present a formal motion on that, but the intent would be to look at that line across all departments, 53125, to see if we can discern as a council if there may be some savings there.
I understand. I understand. I just want to, as these motions come, I need to determine whether they're in order or not. And the guidance from the Division of Local Services, the state, in the interpretation of the law is a vote purporting to reduce an entire budget or to reduce categories of spendings by a total amount or percentage without actually voting to reduce particular line items by specific dollar amounts is ineffective. Without that specificity, individual line items, a city council reduction in a budget would make all the appropriations ambiguous. The city auditor would have no basis for deciding which line items should be reduced, and therefore no authority to refuse to pay bills for many line items on the grounds that they were incurred in excess of appropriation. And it cites 2 Mass General laws that support this. So if the City Council wishes to reduce a budget by a particular amount or percentage in total for a certain purpose, it must vote to reduce the budget. It must move to reduce each and every applicable line item by a specific dollar amount as necessary to achieve that end. So I just, for you or any other councilor that may want to go down that road, I don't want you to be caught off guard if I find your motion out of order. This will save us all some time to make sure that you've got you submit any motions in the correct form.
Thank you, Chair McGinn. I appreciate the clarity on that. And the idea was to possibly try to make it more efficient, but if we have to go line by line, I'd still like to see the 53125 breakout for us for Thursday. And if there are some, ahead of Thursday, so we can determine if there are areas that we want to reduce line by line. Thank you.
There's no pushback whatsoever on the information you're requesting. I just want to make sure that you're clear on what the form that the motions need to take for them to be in order. Council Manning Martin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that, we went through this several years ago, and we had asked for specifications on outside services because it's such a large number in some divisions with no details. Then we did start to get those things in subsequent budgets, and now we're back to a large lump sum called outside services. So if we could go back to getting the details, we could, as Councillor Welton says, we could take a look at things and have a better understanding of where the money is going, and then therefore could make reductions line by line because we would know what we were looking at and it wouldn't be lumped into just outside services with a large number attached to it. So we've been there before, and we're back to square one. So I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you very much.
I thought that everybody was provided all the breakdown of all the outside services for every department. It's in the book.
It's in the book, Mayor. I think that the issue is what's in the book is the actual year-to-date numbers. Sorry? No, I know the detail is there, but I don't think there is information supporting the budget numbers, the look-ahead numbers. And I believe that's what Councilor Welton is asking for, is the go-forward numbers, not the historical numbers.
Okay, no, that's...
And my recollection is consistent that there was criticism in the past, as Councilor Manning Martin points out, that we didn't have the detail on the historical spending.
But going
that's
forward...
clearly all here. It's all here. But I think
so
he's looking for some support.
Forward.
He's looking for some support for the budget requested numbers. Yeah, correct. You're all set, Councilor Walton, right? Yeah. Anybody else in general government? Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the mayor. Mayor, you mentioned when we were talking about the TBA and the community development that's Stacy Burnson now. Like we voted on that to merge those positions. And it says $50K from the CDBG grant, but I believe we were using like $100K of that. Is there, I mean, I know we don't have a list of full grants, but I don't know if there's a plan for a new position to come on with the rest of that.
Thank you, Councilor. Yeah, so let me, I want to try to walk through that. So we were using 100 $100,000 basically from CDBG to fund the Director of Community Development. As I mentioned, one was planning and one was community development. We were funding through CDBG $100,000 for Stacy Burnson's salary. Brendan left to go to Marblehead. We felt, again, there was a good opportunity to consolidate operations, and we went into one assistant director for community development and planning rather than two separate ones. So we took $50,000 from the CDBG to apply it to the position for Stacy now. There is an additional $50,000 that we're looking potentially to hire another planner that would be funded with that $50,000 through CDBG, and that's kind of what the $50,000 additional that's still available would be used for.
Thank you. Through the chair to the mayor, is there, I mean, just in, I don't want to like beat a dead horse, but hard times, since we were using the 100K for Stacy previously, is there an opportunity for us to use the remainder of that grant to essentially render that line item zero for the city, and put off hiring and adding another position, although grant funded, but trying to find something here?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Council. I do think that certainly an additional planner would help the department. You know, they do, each provides an important service in terms of getting grant opportunities and things in the future. But I know it is difficult times. I think there may be a way if, you know, it would hurt the department slightly, I think, not having that position. But we could take that $50,000 and maybe apply it to something in the budget currently that would save $50,000 somewhere in the community development budget. Does that make sense?
Yes, I don't know the limitations of the grant. So if that's something you'd be willing to do, Mayor, if you can point me in the direction, if we take it from salaries because it would go to cover a salary, or if there's other things within the community development budget that it could be used for, and if it'd be better suited to go to the Director of Community Development, I'd be happy to ask him as well. But if we can move money from that grant, if we can reduce the budget by 50 grand, at least it's 50, it's something. We're moving.
Council, I think, you know, in an effort to try and, you know, we're making difficult decisions. I think this will hurt the department a bit, but I think that if we're trying collectively to figure some things out here, I think we could take that $50,000, apply it to Andrew Levin's position, and that would be a $50,000 reduction to the Community Development Department. That could be something that, again, not really, it weakens the department a bit, but, you know, I understand that we have to look for these opportunities.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that, because when you said the 100K, it did stick out to me, but I agree. I don't want to hurt community development. I think we've been making a lot of progress in a lot of places, but if we have an opportunity for at least this fiscal year to use that money, we don't have anyone lined up to come in for planning. Looking at the salaries for a planner, I don't think 50K is going to cut it either. So I would make a motion to reduce line item 51110 by $50,000. So moved, Mr. Chairman. That's on page 20 for community development.
Councilors, you heard the motion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Gamache,
Yes.
Higgins,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Welton,
Yes.
Daigle,
Yes.
Rozignol,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 11 to 0.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, through
You
you
have
to
the
the
floor,
mayor,
Counsel.
through you to the mayor, looking at your office budget, with the retirement of Daryl coming upon us, Daryl's obviously worked for the city for a significant amount of time. I wouldn't expect your new hire to come in at the same salary that we have budgeted for that position right now. Is there a number that, I know you're thinking through the summer would be staffing your office with, you have a new hire coming on to replace Beth and then interns, but as we roll into the school year, is there as we've done on other items, you've reduced them, they've been partially funded for the year. Is there a number, can we reduce this in half, or, and in turn, I don't know if this automatically happens, maybe a question through the chair to Mr. Gingras. These positions, can we also then adjust the health care and the pension liabilities through these cuts? I mean, I know obviously funding the salary and community development that we just did, that didn't remove a position, so that doesn't change. But do we take that into account when we partially fund things that we're not on the hook for a full year of health insurance and pension liability?
Yeah, we do factor that in when and there's times, and you'll see in the public safety budget, where sometimes we try to stagger a little bit, and then we account for, a lot of times with the police, it's because of academies and academy availability. But we have done that, and even on, as was mentioned earlier, some other positions, we try to stagger them. There's a little bit of savings for health insurance in addition to the salary. So, yeah, I do think that there's a reduction that we can make. I certainly don't want to lose that position. That would, that's an important position in terms of a number of important responsibilities. But I do think that number can be reduced to account for the fact that I will have summer coverage, and it probably takes some time. I have been talking to people, but I don't have a person yet hired for that position. So I think there is a number that I could reduce that line item, if that's what you're kind of seeking.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to reduce line item 51110 on page 2 of the mayor's budget by $40,000.
How much?
Would 40, it's a little less than half of what the full salary is if you're not really partially funding the year. And I assume it'd be a reduced salary with the new hire.
Could we do a little less than that, Counselor? How about, I'm sorry, just give me a moment. Could we do 25,000 on that? And that would give me the opportunity in the fall heading into the winter to have somebody there. I think that's when I would definitely need somebody heading into the winter months as we get late fall. Would 25 be okay?
Okay, I'll amend the motion to reduce the line item by $25,000. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion by Councilor Peach on the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco.
Yes.
Beach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilor Peach.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Anybody else in general government? What is the will of the council on the general government section? Councilor Gamache.
Move to accept the budget for the general, for general government with the reduction of $75,000 to the original figure. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but that would be the form of a motion to approve as submitted minus the $75,000.
Just for clarity, Councilor Gamache, that'd be $6,461,376.
So on the motion, that new figure would now become $6,461,376. That includes the $75,000 that was reduced.
On the motion?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, just, it would be a 1.5% reduction overall for general government. Currently, it was 0.3 as presented with the 75,000 additional. It would be about 1.5% decrease of general government as a whole.
On the motion, Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To you procedurally, if we're looking for additional information on the outside services line that we discussed, if we move forward with approving budget as is, does that give us an opportunity to look at that line on Thursday?
It would not. It would not. On the motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
No.
Welton,
No.
Daigle,
Yes.
Rossignol,
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-2.
Moving on to public safety. This is police, parking clerk, fire alarm, emergency management, dog officer, parking meter maintenance. Public safety. Questions from the council? Councilor Gamache.
Yes, again, I was, last couple of years, a big stickler of the TBAs. I did notice that on salary page 17, we got an account clerk that is still, it wasn't budgeted in 25, it's not budgeted in 26. Can that line be eliminated?
I'm sorry, Counselor, was that,
It's
line
a-
002100?
Yes, correct. It
Yeah, that
wasn't
was just, again, when we were
to
trying to...
show us.
Just to show that there had been a position there. We had not funded it we didn't fund it a couple years ago, but I wanted to kind of be transparent to show that there was a position there in the recent past, but we haven't funded it in a couple of years.
Mr. Chairman, I would, again, move to eliminate line item 02100, the TBA line, AFC account clerk, and eliminate that from the budget.
I'm sorry, Councilor, which you're in?
It's on, I'm sorry, it's on page 17.
Give me the department first.
Oh, it's the police department. And it's under the first section. It's on salary page 17.
Okay, I'm with you.
And that's primarily for clarification for the future budgets that we don't have this line item in there. It hasn't been funded. It wasn't funded last year, so I would like to ask the mayor if they could remove that line item from the budget.
Okay, so no financial
No
impact.
financial, no.
Okay, I'm with you. Thank you, Councilor, for that
And that would be in the
clarification.
form of a motion.
On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilor Gamache, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Again, we have, and I know the chief is here, we have a dispatcher's position of a TBA. If the chief could come up. Good evening, Chief. It's a TBA, the Union Code POR dispatches. You currently have 9 working dispatches, counting the supervisor. How? Okay, which is.
Here we go. My apologies.
Okay, so that answers my question. So it's been filled.
It has, yes.
Okay, so we can eliminate that TBA. Stay right there. We have another TBA for captain. Was that filled as well?
Not presently, no. It's not.
I'm just trying to clarify on a few of these TBAs whether or not they're actually warranted. And we'll go down to salary page 19. How many patrolmen do we have in the academy right now?
There's 6 in the academy right now that aren't named.
Okay, that's fine.
Sheet.
So we got 6 in, and we have 9 positions, correct? 9 TBAs.
Yes.
Okay, so was the limit, is there a limit on the number that we can send to the academy? Is it 6 maximum?
No, it's a limit on what we can manage in terms of a lot of different factors when they come back from the academy, in terms of their field training to be able to do it properly, the number of slots that we can get at the academy. There's a lot of different challenges with that.
So, if I can intervene real quick, was our slots for this academy 6?
If you could, you have to be able to get through all the process.
Yeah.
And the number that when we called for a list, we got a list of about 28 names. The ones that we felt were
good candidates.
Good candidates.
Yeah.
It settled out at 6. Okay. So that's how we ended up with that number.
So when you call for the next list to fill the 3 TBAs that we have, and you're probably going to have some retirements before.
We will.
Before then, I'm sure. I know there's going to be a few retirements. So, do those individuals that were called the last 28, are those also on the next list as well, or are those eliminated because they either returned down the job or they didn't want to do it, or do you have to go through the same process of elimination?
The ones that we actually had to bypass won't be on that list, but the ones that took it upon themselves to take themselves out of the process could possibly be on that list. We could also try and go further deeper into, there's been a new list that's been established the beginning of June, so we'll have some other fresh names on that list as well.
Okay, well that's encouraging because you're going off the older list. Okay, let's see. So the patrolman, I understand it's contractual, and I'd never want to cut a public safety position. And the TBAs are what I'm really worried about, because for years we've always carried the TBAs and we've never filled them, and there's always a reason why. I know as we get later on in the budget, it's going to be the TBAs for other departments. The salary wasn't enough, or they just couldn't get people, and they don't have a list. So I appreciate you come to the podium and answer those questions, and I have no other comments for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Councilor Higgins.
Yes, I have thank you, through the chairman to the chief. I have a question, and maybe for Mr. Gingras, but as I look at the budget here, and Councilor Gamache touched on the TBAs, and I see 5, it looks like 5 positions budgeted for FY 2026, and you mentioned there was six candidates in the academy.
Yes.
Are we missing, is there going to be an additional $74,000 added to this budget?
No, within the last month, we had 2 retirements that are still listed in this sheet, so we'll actually be able to support that sixth person.
Thank you.
And if I could just add to that, to the chief's comments, there's some other names that we anticipate upcoming retirements potentially that would allow us to then fund some additional positions. We're looking at an academy. I don't know if there's going to be one in November. We're looking at maybe February. So there are some potential other opportunities of people retiring that'll free money up in this budget that could help fund additional slots for upcoming academies. So that's always something we kind of anticipate, and it's hard to specifically plan for because we're not exactly sure on retirements, but that's just information that we believe to be true, and we kind of try to plan for that, both in the police and in the fire as well. But police is a little more tricky, again, because we're uncertain as to academies, and we have to try to match up along that way. And I anticipate that we will be putting on a number, hopefully to get that academy coming up either later this year or early 2026. We don't know that number, though, yet.
Just so the council's aware, within the last 3.5 years, we've hired 34 officers. So we've been really had the push on. It's just we're also seeing some retirements as well. So.
All set, Councilor Higgins?
All set, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Turco?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, I'm not even aware if this is under your department, but you're here, so if it's not you, let me know. Parking clerk on page 24. If you look at our local revenues and the... Coming over. Oh.
I think it's all of us, Councilor. We got help on the way here.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Thank you, Chief. If you look at the local revenues in the original budget presentation that Mike gave last week, parking fines and forfeitures is listed for fiscal budget $150,000 in revenues expected for next year, which is actually down $25,000 from the current year. Fiscal 2025 projected was $197,000. But reduced. Do you know why that's reduced? Are we expecting to issue less parking tickets?
I'm not sure why, unless there was, while we were transitioning to the new system, there was a lag in time that there was ticketing going on. But I can certainly check with Captain Richards and find out what the issue may be.
Right, and there's a reason I asked that question. I'm not looking to, I guess, mathematically, if you look at on your staff under parking clerk, that position is funded at $63,416 for the upcoming year. So essentially half of that revenue, a little less than half of that revenue. But if you move forward a bit further, I don't know, it's on multiple pages here, so if you bear with me to find that. On page 29, you have the parking meter maintenance expenses, which accumulate to $51,000. So we're bringing in $150,000. We have $51,000 in expenses minus, which comes out to $99,000 remaining. $63,400 for the salary, which comes out to $35,000 remaining. $21,000 for benefits, comes out to $14,000 remaining, and then there's an additional $3,000 expense line, which leaves us with $10,000, which probably covers the pension. So does this make sense? I get it. We have parking meters, but it's costing us an equal amount to even have the parking meters. So I'm not quite sure what the benefit to the city is, other than a payroll liability. So, I mean, I guess I don't know if you have an answer for that. So,
Well, I mean, obviously, more enforcement would help, I would imagine, is what you're going at. And I see the numbers, and well, I'll certainly address that with the officers and find out if there's a reason why, if there isn't enforcement going on, maybe we will correct that.
yeah, and I'm not looking to ticket the city of Peabody for parking. It's just, even if you were to bring in an additional $25,000 or $30,000 for the investment that we put in to those parking meters, I just wonder if this was an investment we should have made. I guess I'd never looked at it in years past to see that it's kind of a break-even situation for this. So I'm not sure. What do we have? We have the, Chief, I'll ask if you know this, and I can defer to Councilman McGinn. What do we have for meter spaces? We have the Foster Street lot, and what else is there?
There's Mill Street, Nichols, I think is the name of the street, next to Brothers Deli. There's Foster Street. Behind the courthouse, there's a lot, and there's a number of metered spaces along Main Street and out front here in Foster Street.
Plus the library. So, Chief, I'm just going to chime in on a point of clarification because I've been pretty involved with this rollout. There has been a number of enforcement software issues that Sergeant Hawkins and Captain Richards have been working with the provider on that. So that the enforcement was softer out of the chute and had ramped up more slowly than they had anticipated. And I think that explains some of what you're seeing in the numbers, Councilor Turco. They are trying to remedy that. There's also, from time to time, manpower issues. That's, I think, what the chief may have been alluding to. So it's a combination of those two factors, is getting the resources downtown to actually perform the enforcement, and the startup issues associated with the enforcement package, software and hardware. I hope that helps.
Yeah, no, it certainly helps. It doesn't seem like a lot of tickets at 150 grand. So I guess my question for next year, and I always go back and watch the previous year's budget, Mayor and Chief, is this something, I don't know if it's ever been done. Can we combine that position? Could we have, instead of having police officers stop to write tickets in parking lots, could we combine the position, the parking meter parking clerk, to actually write tickets at certain points of the day and process the tickets at the end of his or her shift, and kind of do a dual role rather than using a police officer? Because I'm sure this is not what police officers signed up to do, is go write parking tickets.
Oh, it's part of our, function. I would have to check with the ordinances to see who's authorized to write the citations. I know other cities and towns do have civilians that do it, so it's something we could look at, we can talk about.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I have not looked into that issue. I know certainly Salem does. They
Right,
have,
yeah. They're
meter.
part-time staff that,
I'm not sure of other communities, but that's worth looking into, I think.
Okay, I would just ask him for the next
Again, Councilor Turco, be careful what you ask for, because what the request may come back for more staffing. The issue is the parking clerk also hears the appeals of people that, so they need to be in the station the majority of the time to address issues when people come in. Because this was kind of debated just in our working group as to whether or not the clerk could go out and write tickets, and in the end, it was felt by Captain Richards and Lieutenant Hawkins, I should say now, that wasn't going to work. So my cautionary comment is that, if the belief is somebody needs to be physically present, and do we want another clerk going out? Yeah, they may be at a lower salary than a police officer, perhaps, and that might be more enforcement. I'm not really sure where the break-even point would be on that. So,
All right, well, it wasn't a motion, so I'll withdraw that request to you, Chief, and the mayor, you don't need to look into that. So, thank you. Just, it's a curious question about the revenue as opposed to the expense. Thank you.
Council Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greetings, Chief.
Good evening.
So I'm going to jump right to computer issues and technology. So you have computer maintenance down with a 11% increase to $100,000. And you heard my concern earlier because you've been here the entire time. I appreciate that.
Yes.
So, Mike, just to briefly reiterate my concern is, why is it that the police department is maintaining their own computers? Wouldn't we benefit from having our tech department handle that?
Well, we have, excuse me, we have our IT officer, Brian McCormick. He manages the day-to-day work that goes on with the firewall, with email, with security issues, much like an IT guy would here. But we also have, as you're aware, in law enforcement, we have a number of different secure networks that we have to keep track of and manage that require higher levels of security. And we deal with the body camera stuff that we have now is all through IT, and that deals with evidence as well, that we really prefer to have someone who's a sworn officer managing. There's a lot more going on now with the redaction that we have to do with the body cameras that we have. It takes a significant amount of time. We actually got to the point where we've created a fee list, for lack of a better word, that we put out to people that make requests, and we have them pay us for that service, and we actually have set up a revolving account now with the city, I believe, Mike, that we're capturing some of that money back for some of the time that we're using. We do have a lot. Every cruiser has a computer. Every desk has a computer. We've moved to a situation where, because of issues we're running into in the community with language, with accessing information, we issued each officer their own cell phone so that they can access all kinds of information in terms of laws and policies, procedures, language apps if they're communicating with a person out on the street, so they can get that information right on that particular phone, and it's secure. And if it ever gets subpoenaed, it's a department piece of equipment.
Okay, so that you mentioned a lot of technology in that response, and that's an additional $153,000. So you have computer maintenance and technology. Yeah, go ahead.
The 153 is for the cloud-based software.
Okay.
In particular for the Axon body camera, and a program that they call evidence.com, and that's a program that we use for. We can upload any kind of pictures. I believe we can even upload reports into this cloud, and we send a link directly to the district attorney's office, and they can access it that way. That's a separate thing for that particular tool for the body camera.
Okay, so back to the computer maintenance of $100,000. You have one person you mentioned. I don't need to know names, but is that person certified in computer science and have additional degrees?
I don't know what exactly. I don't know that he has degrees. I know he's certified for different programming, all the Microsoft suite, all that, those types of things.
So is he compensated? How is he compensated? Is it coming out of this $100,000?
No,
is he compensated additionally, or is he that's his salary?
Yes, he has a salary. He's listed on the front page of my section.
Okay, so he's not getting additional stipend or overtime for coming in because you're a 24/7 operation, as Frank had mentioned?
If something happens and we need to have him come in, he may.
You would pay them overtime
Yes.
because you're not covered by a 24/7. Okay. Okay, and then lastly, to Council Welton's point, you have outside services, just to,
Yes.
we have you here so you can give the public and the council an example of what outside services are covered. Last year, you were at 109,000, and this year it's reduced to 64,000. So there's a lot of savings there. What were the savings?
We use that when we need to bring someone in beyond the city's expertise for whether it's cleaning or work or things like that. We'll use that. I don't know that we're putting as much money into the present building we're in, so that's probably where some of that, if you said savings, that might be where a lot of that.
And if I
came
could jump back to technology, one last question. In 22 and 23, you had zero monies allocated under technology. And then again, now we're proposing 153,000.
Right.
So why none to 153,000 in a couple of years?
We rolled out the program about a year ago, and that's what required us to start having the service through
Body
yes.
Body cameras?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Manning Martin. Council Weldon.
Thank you, Chairman McGinn. Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. You asked a few questions that I had, so I appreciate you covering that. As you mentioned, I wasn't prepared to vote in favor of the last general government budget because I didn't have enough time to look at the actual lines for outside services with police and fire. I just looked at them quickly. My concern was the same. It's a pretty big drop from the actual spending in 2025 to what's proposed in 2026, but I'm fine with the reduction there. And looking through that line, it looks like it's all stuff that we need. And of course, I want the police department to have everything they need to do their job well and do it correctly. I know we're not in a position to suggest areas to add to for sure, or how to reallocate your budget in any way, but I would just share that I know vehicle requests, we handle capital budgets, and I know that seems to always be an issue where we're always chasing. Maybe, I guess, for next year, if there's an opportunity perhaps to look at any leasing programs or something that's a little outside the box that doesn't hit our capital requests, that could fall into this consideration, I think that would be something that many of us would like to take a look at. And then additionally, again, I know we're trying to reduce, not add, but I would just like to advocate, having multiple children in the school system and seeing the benefit of the SROs, the student resource officers. I think that's an area where we could actually increase significantly, and I think it'd be a benefit to the community and to the schools. So I guess really no questions on my end in terms of reduction, but just as you're looking going forward, if there's creative ways that we can address those two issues, I know that that'd be something I'd like to look at. So thank you.
We'll check into the lease and see how that pans out. And I do feel very fortunate with the officers we have in the schools. I think they're doing a very good job. Very, very proud of them.
Council Weldon. Thank you. Council Gamache.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and thank you for coming back to me. I got a quick question. You have a TBA on the captains. That
Correct.
wasn't, is that because of the delay in the state, the big problem that we had last year with the state not giving the names for the captains' exams and all that stuff?
It's more a budgetary, because my personal perspective, I want to get as many patrolmen back first before we focus on, we have two deputy chiefs' jobs that are on the books in the ordinance. We have 5 captains' jobs that are on the books in the ordinance. So we're trying to do less with more up on that level so we can get the patrolmen back.
And I totally understand. I was just looking to see that it wasn't budgeted in 25, but it's budgeted in 26. Is this a carryover of the reasons why we're going from bottom up? We want more, like you just said. We got patrolmen, but we want to fill those positions. But why was this position, this captain's position, not budgeted last year and not budgeted this year?
For that same reason. It's an expensive position that I can probably get 2 or 3 patrolmen at the same time out of the same budget. I'm not sure if I'm answering your
Well,
question.
no, as I try to explain, you're hiring the biggest bang for your buck. You're getting the patrolmen in.
Correct.
And as you stated earlier, we'll come to that level when we get everything down below the captains hired and full. That's the reason why?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Other councilors? Seeing none, I have a question. I think this probably is best to Mr. Gingras. For both the police and fire overtime, start with the police. Last year, the mayor increased the budget in a big way. It was an 85% increase. So we had budgeted prior to that $1 million in FY24, and it went up to 1.85 million, and we're essentially budgeting flat. But the year-to-date number, Mr. Gingras, at 1.861, is that understated currently? Because I'm looking at the supplemental request that we have, and I'm just trying to understand where that fits into the year-to-date number.
Yeah,
And it's the same question on the fire side.
So when we were printing out the budget reports a few weeks back, that's what the actuals were. The supplemental was taking into account what the actuals known at the time when I prepared that, and projecting to close out through the last payroll in June. So that there's a variance there, and I want to say it's 300,000 or something.
So, I mean, because we're going to get to this later, we're looking at, for the supplemental for the police overtime, we're looking at 425,000, the way I see it.
Yeah, that's correct. And then 400 for fire.
And 400 for fire. So I guess the question to you, Chief, is, with the really major increase last year in this budget of line item of 85%, with the stated intent on the part of the mayor to have something that was more realistic, to be coming up that short again, is there some short set of reasons here that explains that significant variance?
I think us getting to a point with the patrolman where we are, we've been building back. I think we're going to be close to 65 or 66 patrolmen, which I think is going to help with the overtime number. That's where the majority of our overtime is on backfilling and covering vacations and outages. We have some people that are out injured that we're hoping to have come back fairly soon. And I think that's where we'll make up a lot of that number.
Okay, so you're optimistic for the coming fiscal year that we're not going to be in the same position? It's not going to be me sitting here asking the question, but somebody else is going to be. And, again, an 85% increase last year and now a big jump again this year, when you factor in the supplemental, you don't think we're going to be in the same spot?
I think we'll be all right. Yeah.
Do you want to add any color to that, Mayor?
Yeah, we try to do planning and kind of figure out the right numbers that will work, and it hasn't worked out for us. I always feel like we're trying to play catch up, and quite frankly, that number probably should be a little bit higher, but I always, as I've mentioned before, I always try to be very optimistic, and we do have some officers out on long-term and short-term injuries and things. So I feel like we're not far off from being right where we need to be, but it seems that it's always something once things are starting to look a little better, there's another officer or two that has gets an injury or something. So I do think with the 6 we have in the academy and plans for the next academy, we can get our numbers right. But I always feel that, you know, I put forward a big number last year, a big increase, and we contemplated doing it, but I felt that we might have I think the plan, I think we could be in a good position. And I think it's worth staying at the number and trying to see if this works. I guess that's the best answer I could give.
Understood. I'm going to, is the fire chief here? Yeah.
Yeah, I know the fire has many more, well, the chief can speak to
I'm going
that.
to ask the chief.
Good evening, Councilor.
Yeah.
What was the question?
So I was talking to the police chief about the overtime numbers.
Yep.
And he, you know, the scenario is that last year for both police and fire overtime, there were significant increases. So
Correct.
85% increase in the line item for police, and there was a 50% increase in fire.
Yep.
We're dealing with supplemental requests here, you know, potentially as early as this evening, later on. So I'm just, you know, the Director of Finance confirmed that the numbers we have in the book are understated. The police chief has kind of indicated that he thinks we're going to be in a better place going forward. I'm just wondering if you share that enthusiasm for your department. And
so,
I mean, I know there's only so much you can do, but you must have some visibility.
Definitely.
To the circumstances.
So right now we have 14 people out long-term illness, and I'm coming up July. I'll be starting my 30th year, and that's the most I can ever remember being out long-term at one point. So I think if it wasn't for the 14 out long-term like this, we would have been right on 1.5, and I think we're budgeted next year for 1.5 also. So I think I do feel good as long as we get some people back to work. 2 of those 14 are going to be retired. One's going before the retirement board Thursday morning. And actually, they both are, but one's just a little bit ahead of the game. But we're anticipating both those to be retired by the fall.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Mayor, do you want to add anything there?
The only thing I did want to mention, I know I mentioned in my comments last week, but we have scheduled in September, we're going to be swearing in, is it seven firefighters that I also think will help with our overtime numbers, particularly the 2 that are going to be retiring. And I think we're going to be in a much better place come September. And the staffing levels at the fire department, I think, are strong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing else on public safety? What is the will of the council?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I didn't realize you went to fire safety. I thought that was an overtime question. Are you on fire?
We're in public safety,
yep, so-
anything
Okay.
that's in police, parking clerk, fire alarm, emergency management, dog officer, parking meter maintenance.
Okay. Then I will ask the chief a couple questions, fire chief. Along the same lines as the police chief with respect to technology, you don't have as much at all. You don't have computer maintenance, which was a large number under the police. But I would imagine it's because things aren't as specialized in fire than with the police as he just defined, right,
So-
for the 100,000 that he had. But you don't have computer maintenance, so who maintains your computers?
So the IT department at City Hall, Frank and his staff. And we do have, most of our technology, the 55,000, that goes to our CAD system. We use First Do for our reports, online reporting. We use Vector Solutions for CrewSense for our scheduling. And we also use LexiPol for our SOPs, online SOPs. So the majority of that 55,000 is for that. We do have a small IT staff over there that are trained in, like, if the system goes down, to come in and get the system back up and running. And that's our dispatch system, very important. And if they come in, they just get paid overtime out of our overtime budget.
So you have, okay, so you have staff that get called in because our IT is not 24/7. Would that be something that
Yeah.
IT could cover if they were 24/7?
They could.
Okay.
Because a lot of times it's nights and weekends anyway, so.
Right, right. Because that's what I'm looking for, some consolidation and more tech services to be under one umbrella if it can.
Yep.
Again, it's just basic cybersecurity and accountability to have all technology kind of go through one, one department, if you can. It sounds like the fire would be more manageable, and I think, as you said, Frank is already assisting with that. I'd like to see that expanded a little bit, and if there's savings on the fire OT, if Frank can pick things up or get, increase his budget in order to do that, I'd like to see that. I think it's, again, for cybersecurity, I'd feel much more safe about that. And if you can take a look at doing the same, Mayor, with the police, if it's possible, if it's not super specialized and our IT department can't do it. But if there are some things, I'd like it to see if you could find some savings there and more accountability in IT. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Council Manning Martin. Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you. I got just one point of interest for the fire department. It's got payroll stipends, and Councilor Turco alluded to this earlier, and it was 54,000 in 22, 61 in 23, 14,000 in 24, 200,000 in 25, but it was actually 233,000. We budgeted 200,000 for this year. My question is, what's been the big increase in stipends?
Mr. Gingrich can help me with this one, but I think most of those are coming out of, there's a hazardous duty stipend that every firefighter gets. I believe we take that out of there. And there's also our first responder every firefighter gets. Is that correct, Mike?
Yeah, we were trying to encourage emergency, our EMT training and some other, so we give stipends for that. It was contractually negotiated during the fire union negotiation.
So those stipends are given over and above their salary or their wages?
Yeah, a lot of those are incentive-based and some just for hazardous duty. So those were negotiated stipends with the
Okay,
union.
I was just curious because
Yep.
it went up so high in a short amount of time, but
That's what it was, yeah. It was a new contract initiative based on the union agreement.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Any other councilors in public safety section? Councilor Weldon.
Thank you, Councilor McGinn. Just a question, I think, through you to the mayor. I know we had talked about Engine 5 and other updates for infrastructure for the fire department. I'm assuming that's going to come through the capital budget, but I'm wondering if there's any studies or anything that we're going to do that would hit this budget, or is that all, or I guess either for you or for Mr. Gindris, is that all capital related expense?
Yeah, so as an update, thank you, Councilor. As an update, the chief and his team conducted interviews of a number of companies to hire as a consultant for Engine 5, but also long-term planning for the department, looking at Engine 3 on Tremont Street and downtown headquarters. So we did select the chief and his team that I was a part of, Dan Doucette, some members of the fire department. We chose the company Tecton, who is we have familiarity with, who is doing the public services building. I did not include anything in the budget for that. We haven't met yet. We just selected them a week ago or 2 weeks ago. But I anticipate that will be a capital request after a period of time of some research and planning and things of that nature. So we're planning to meet this summer, and I should have a better sense of where that's going to go. But I know the first task is the Lynn Street Station, Engine 5.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know I care about all the fire departments, but Engine 5 in particular, you know, close to us. So thank you for the update there. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing it somewhere in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Weldon. Council Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the police chief, I would be remiss if I didn't advocate for the dog officer. I see this year that the line item for public safety supplies in her line item is cut by almost 40%. So could you explain that, please?
I just have to take a look at it. I don't think that she had been accessing it. I think that was...
Oh, I do see.
Yeah, if you look,
she only spent $174?
Right, so, and I have conversations with her quite often, asking her to, you know, make sure she has everything she needs, and her concern is, since Borash closed, if we have to have any kind of specialized housing for an animal that we take into our custody, that there's going to be a large bill that goes, and that potentially could really disrupt her budget. So I think she was a little concerned about that. You know, I tried to talk her through that. You know, if an emergency comes, we'll figure out a way to manage it. And I think, and that's why I think the number is as low. I think she was concerned about that. If something does happen, you know, I'll have to work with her to try and come up with, you know, some funding either through the police department or some other way. But that's why primarily she's concerned about that in terms of us being able to take if there's a dog that comes into our custody that needs a lot of medical care while it's in our custody and we can't locate an owner to recoup the expenses, and we have to say we have to adopt it out, we don't necessarily get that money back.
Sure. And so you said if Borash is closed?
No, since it has closed. Since it has closed. We used to be able to take our any dog that came into our care. I think about 2 years ago, they changed hands. A nationwide company purchased them, and the relationship we have with them, they no longer wanted to continue. So we had to try and, we worked with a kennel up in Middleton for a while, and then there was an issue because they worked with the federal government quite a bit, and the federal government didn't want just regular animals anywhere near their canines. So we're still kind of in search of a permanent place. We do have some people that help us out a little bit, but it's also why you see more often the dogs on Facebook that we're trying to find homes for rather quickly.
Right, because you guys are great with saving and protecting and getting the word out and getting the dogs back to their owner. And that's my concern too, is, you know, that so many dogs are being let go now because people don't have the finances, right? So that's why I was concerned with cutting it, but I didn't notice that she hadn't been using it. So I guess if she does have an instance where dogs need a lot of care, that $7,000 is going to be wiped out with 1 or 2 dogs.
Potentially, yes.
Right. So you'll have to figure out how to. I guess we probably should come up with a plan of how to do things and how we should fund you. You have quite a few dog lovers on the council, and again, you guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Rescuing and placing dogs. But what we also don't want to do to the dog officer, which I don't know if she does this, but I know a lot of dog officers throughout the communities will dip into their own pocket because they don't want to send a dog to a no-kill shelter, and they don't want to be backed up against the wall. So they'll dip into their own pocket. So I just want to put that out there, that we have to support the dog officer, our homeless pets, and take care of them, and the council needs to support you in doing that. So that I'm glad we talked about that, but I think we should, moving forward, just come up with a game plan of how to better fund and what other networks we can use to help you get these dogs home safely or rehomed safely. So thank you for that, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. What's the will of the council with respect to public safety? Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Chairman McGinn. At this time, I would like to propose approval of the entirety of the public safety budget as presented at a total of $26,926,432. So moved.
On the motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Moving on to public services. This is streets and highways, public works administration, garage, solid waste disposal, facilities, facilities security division, and cemetery. Council Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just going back to my comments from earlier in the meeting, if we could just get confirmation for the TBAs in this section. We have a laborer in, I think this is highways, streets and highways. An admin assistant 2 for public works. A repairman for the garage. We have several, we have 3 junior building custodians open and 4 maintenance and 1, oh, that's not funded at the bottom. I think that is it in this section. So either through you to the mayor or to the department head, whether or not those positions have been funded.
Yep, thank you, Council.
Or have been filled.
I'm going to go to the mayor first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I can help with some of these items. We did fill, and yesterday was her first day, the position of Public Works Administrator, Admin Assistant 2. So that position has been filled as of yesterday. Tanya Capistrand previously filled that position. She moved over into the inner office, and the admin assistant is the person that is at the front desk as soon as you walk in. So that position was filled as of yesterday. She's working for us. And we have filled the the weekend, and I might need Kevin Kelly, would you be able to come? The weekend, well, let me take a step back. We did have our weekend employee, Larry Alcott, now is working the night shift, the 3 to 11 shift.
That's correct.
So Larry Alcott was working the overnight weekend shift. Now he took the position as the 3 to 11 shift. And now we did hire a new overnight, Jose, and
Weekend shift.
the weekend, sorry.
He'll start next Monday and work during the week till he's trained to be able to handle the weekends on his own.
So it's the first time that we've had both of these positions filled in some time, and it was a significant source of overtime for us. Now having these 2 positions filled, I think, is going to benefit the department and our overtime item greatly, as well as our service time. So that was good news that I wanted to report. We do now have the overnight, the 3 to 11, and the weekend shift filled, which was good news. We do have openings in the facilities right now in terms of custodians and maintenance. Both of those positions, there's been ongoing interviews. There's a number of good candidates that we've started to take steps with. I would really advocate, I do think, to be truthful, I spoke with Facilities Director James Palatano, and Jim certainly is aware of some of the budget concerns. Advocated for positions, but I do think that there's a couple of custodian positions we can maybe hold off on that are right now currently rovers, where they go to different departments, and backups that we could potentially eliminate 2 positions to help with our budget needs. I would really stress the importance of the maintenance positions that are part of the budget. Even though they're not filled, they are, we believe, critical not only for the work we need to do internal, but it saves us from doing outside services, which could be more expensive when you talk about prevailing wage and other things. So I do think we can help and make some, hold off on some of the custodian positions. Not ideal, but I do think that right now we've been able to fill some of those over time, that we're in a little better position. But I would really ask that we keep the maintenance position, even though they're not hired yet and they're still TBAs. We are very far along with a couple of them. An HVAC, Jim, could you maybe come up and reiterate what those positions were? I know a painter, well, I'll let Mr. Politano speak to that, but I know those are of importance on a number of levels for us that I'm hoping that we could keep, even though they are TBAs.
Yes, that is correct. Hi, everybody. The 4 trades division maintenance workers are carpenter, painter, HVAC, and a mechanic.
So the hope would be to keep turning, Ezra. The hope would be to keep those 4 positions, because we are close, in particular on 2 of the 4 and not far off on the other 2, and I think those are critical positions, not only to attend to the needs of our buildings and have a ready and capable and able staff that supports and helps one another, but it also allows to avoid some outside services that we've had to pay for in the past that we think we can help on. And we think that'd be a great benefit. And again, I do think, although not ideal, again, I do think there's a couple of custodian positions. If the council wanted to move forward with some reductions there, I think those, again, not ideal, but I think those are things we could live with for this coming year.
Thank you, Mayor. There was, I think, one. So I'm assuming that the TBA labor, they don't break it down, like I can't see the breakdown for the overnight or the weekend shift.
Yeah, I don't think we really broke them down in that way.
So I assume the open labor position, that's the one Larry moved into, and then we hired for his job. So there is no open position.
I think we've covered, I think now we are at where we need to be, I believe. And with those 2 transfers, yeah, those just took place within the last few weeks.
Okay, thank you. And then the one other one under the garage salaries, which is salary page 30. Have we filled that diesel repairman position? There's 2 of those positions, one of them is open.
Thank you, Council. Just give me a moment. Page 30. What's that? So that position is open. He had just left the department maybe a month ago, right at the time of this printing. We don't have that position filled at this time. That also, I would put that in the maintenance category, where if we had to go outside services for some work there is much more expensive than doing it in-house. I think there's economic benefit to keeping that and filling that position. But it is open at the moment.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that the maintenance positions, we've talked about it over and over again, how we need to maintain our buildings and facilities. I'm happy to hear that we're close on 2 of those and not far behind on the other 2. especially I know Jim has put together for the new high school, like an excellent maintenance plan that got us a lot of points from the state already. So we don't want to go down that road. I know it will cost us more money in the long run. But there are the three building custodians. They're junior building custodians. I would, at this time, make a motion to cut line item 51110, salaries full-time on page 34 by $85,956.62, which equates to 2 of the positions. So moved.
Counselor, I'm sorry, could you...
I'm having trouble seeing how that adds up.
What are you-
you looking at I'm looking at the junior building custodians that are TBA. Is that what you're looking at?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Counselor.
I'm sorry.
I didn't have my
Peach.
earbud in.
Yep.
So.
So I'm looking at the salaries for the junior building custodian,
Yes.
which are, so you're looking at those, 2 of those? 40?
I'm looking at the two of the 3 TBAs.
2 of the 3. Okay, thank you.
And that's $85,956.62.
Councilors, you heard the motion by Councilor Peach. On the motion, Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the mayor. I know we added custodians back into the budget when that line item for overtime was drastic. Will this impact an overtime line for custodians? I know that in the past, the reason why we had a couple of extras, it was to save on the overtime line. So I just want to make sure that what we're not doing is saying that we're going to save $42 or $82 or $84,000, but then we end up spending that in overtime. So that's my one fear with this, and if I can get an assurance that it's not going to affect the custodial overtime, then I would absolutely and 100% support this. I just want to make sure that we're not biting off our nose to spite our face.
Yeah, I think Councilor Peach's motion is workable. There's always risk on these situations, certainly, but in terms of the $85,000 plus the benefits, I think that any additional costs in overtime would not get near that type of number. So, again, not ideal. There is some risk, but I think this is workable for us.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Welton on the motion.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, just similar to Councilor Rossignol's concern, I would hope that this doesn't come into more outside service contracting as well. So I think I'm comfortable with the motion from Councilor Peach, but yeah, it's same thought there. Thank you.
Councilor Gamache.
Yes, I would say that having served 6 years as the facilities coordinator, the issue of the maintenance, most of our outside services were expensive. Back then, we didn't have an electrician. Now we have an electrician. But the HVAC and a lot of the carpenter, we haven't had a carpenter since I was there in *16. So these are definitely warranted. A lot of this was outside services that we really that were taken care of by our maintenance people, but we had to go outside quite a bit. So as far as that's concerned, and I do understand Councilor Rossignol's hesitation primarily on eliminating 2 positions. You know, what's the offset of overtime is my question. Although if we eliminate 2, we're saving on the health insurance, which overtime is usually cheaper than hiring a new employee. So I think it is manageable. It's going to be tough for the $85,956.62 that will be eliminated from that side of the budget, but it is needed, and if there's a place to cut, that's probably the place to cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Any others on the motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 11 to 0.
All set, Councilor Peach.
All set, thank you.
Councilor Gamache.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math right now. What I'll do is I'll move to approve the budget for
Councilor
public...
Gamache, I think there's some others that want to speak on this section,
I'm
so...
sorry, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I thought you had some additional... Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, Mr. Politano, if you don't mind coming back to the podium. This is going to be a dual question for you, Mr. Gingrich. Same thing. Can you just let us know which of these salaries belong to which employee? I don't know if you have this page. I could show you mine, or maybe Mr. Gingrich would be easier since you have it in front of you. Salary page 33 for those maintenance. Which one is the plumber, carpenter, painter, HVAC, and mechanic for those 4 salaries? And in the future, could we actually label those so we know who they are? First one is 67,519.
I'm not sure about those. Those two should be the carpenter and the painter.
Okay, for the record, you stated the first two at 67,519.92 are the carpenter and the painter. And then the last two, HVAC, and when you say mechanic, do you mean building mechanic or vehicle mechanic?
It's an overall maintenance mechanic, so it will do... it's a maintenance mechanic, so it does small engine repair, actually works on the diesel generators in all the buildings that have backup generator power and any other facility-related needs. They do steam traps and other stuff in the schools that still have steam heat.
Okay. So those two positions are mechanic and HVAC. And we haven't hired any of these?
I'll be conducting interviews. I'm conducting interviews this Friday with the HR director for the carpenter and the painter.
Thank you for that. The rest of my questions, you weren't here for it, so I'm not going to put you on the spot to answer them. I'm going to ask them to Mr. Gingrich. Mike, last year we added these two positions. It was carpenter and HVAC. We added them at we budgeted $40,000 each, so they've been unfilled for the year. At that time, we were told that Tony T's salary would cover both of those, which you have still listed here conveniently so that we can kind of see that placeholder. We're on page salary line 33. It says $99,544. I remember last year I brought up the question of where we were going to find a carpenter and a HVAC mechanic at $40,000 a year. So I see those again. They went completely unfilled last year, and then we're increasing those salaries this year from $40,000 to $56,000 each. 56,800, which now totals $112,000, $113,000. Last year we were told that the $80,000 would cover it. We were also told that if we filled those two positions, we could significantly reduce our outside services line, which is at $473,000. And I see, I know you had a lot of issues, Jim, and you've done some great work, so I appreciate that. But we went over budget and outside services, looks like by $100,000 so far this year. Might be a little bit more. So we're back down to the 473. But the intention with adding these positions was to cut out outside services. We were told that the elimination of Tony Tony's salary at the $99,000 would cover the 2 positions plus, and I did ask this, the cost of health insurance, which I think you've estimated at previous budget meetings, Mayor, at $21,000 each for health insurance. So now we're into the $150,000 range. And again, I have never believed, again, I know you guys have heard me say this 1,000 times. This is what I do for work. I'm in the facilities department at Logan Airport. I don't believe you're going to find a building mechanic, maybe a small engine mechanic, or an HVAC mechanic for $56,000. So I think we're going to run into the same problem that we did last year, and these are going to remain unfilled.
I was looking at the wrong line item on these. I don't have this sheet, so I'm seeing this for the first time. The bottom 2 are the painter and the carpenter, and the top 2 are the mechanic and the HVAC tech. So they're backwards. I apologize.
No, thank you very much. Good. That actually helps me. But yeah, so now we're at 145, 155, 160, basically 175,000 for 2 positions we added last year that haven't been filled, that we were told would only cost us the salary of 1 person. So, yeah, I can let you clarify if you'd like.
Thank you. 2 of those positions were just retired, so all 4 positions are not new. Only 2 of the positions are new. The HVAC and the, I'll say the carpenter are new, and we had 2 employees retire in fiscal '25. So if you count their salaries plus what's on there, I believe the math works out.
No, I appreciate it, Jim. Like I said, you weren't here for last year's meeting, so I won't hold you to anything. I'm just talking about the carpenter and the HVAC mechanics that we were told, and they were budgeted for $40,000 each last year, and we were told would be covered under the 1 salary. And I mentioned back then that those were impossible to fill at those salaries. Again, it's been a year. Which ones are you close to hiring? Because I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to make a motion to eliminate whichever ones you're not close to hiring.
Interviewing for the painter and the carpenter on Friday, and I have a bunch of candidates that I was getting ready to interview for the other 2. So we're pretty close on all 4.
Okay. When you say getting ready to, have you scheduled interviews?
We did not start the interviews for the HVAC position yet. I have 2 candidates for the mechanics position that we were moving forward as soon as next week. But the HVAC is still a couple weeks away.
Okay. You know what? With everything I just said, Jim, I'm going to take your word for it because, honestly, in your first year, you've done a tremendous job. I'm glad to have you on board. I think you've done a tremendous job with this department. So I'll hold off, but I just want to be up front. As you've heard several other councilors mention, the future budgets aren't so bright. So if these come back to us in a year and all 4 of them aren't filled, I'll move forward with a cut of 1 or whichever ones are not filled at that point. In addition, I just want to ask you, we were told last year that the addition of these positions would eliminate some of the outside services need. Do you still feel that way? Do you feel like we could cut down on outside services pretty significantly?
Yes, I do feel if we get the proper people in, it will drastically reduce outside services. We still need outside services, but I will definitely say that there will be a reduction once these tradespeople are in place.
All right. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Councilman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 35 under Facilities Security Unit, this would be, I think, a motion that I'm going to make that would be reflective of what Councilor Peach was saying earlier, that it's difficult to make a motion to cut a job or a position of someone with a name and a face and that it's difficult to do. So again, I commend her for focusing on TBA positions. However, this is an example of, I believe, hiring a position and creating a unit during better times or good times or using available monies that has moved forward a few years later during a time where it's a bad time and we need to take a look at making reductions. And the position of the facilities security unit, and the great guy, like Stephanie, Councilor Peach says, it's very difficult. This guy's a great guy. So, again, this isn't personal. The facilities security unit, I believe, was created under the COVID era with COVID monies, and then it was kind of blended or adopted, merged into the budget. And it comes, the main salary now is $92,000. And again, it comes with the health insurance benefit that is, again, it's not sustainable, also adds to our pension liability. And there's also $51,000 of part-time wages that goes with it for the, I believe that's for the greeters. And we're at now $147,540. And I've never agreed with the position, and so this isn't anything new to anybody that's paying attention for the past few years. And, you know, Councilor Turco mentions his profession and what his expertise is, and I respect that. And I've been for 34 years specializing in building security and emergency maintenance plans. And again, I just think that this is just something that belongs under the purview of the police. And it's a duplication of services. It's unnecessary, and again, it comes with a high salary and a health insurance and a pension that at this time, it just isn't something that I think we should have rolled in the first place, but I think during this time, it's time to take a look at that. And I'm going to make a motion to reduce the facility security unit by reducing it by $147,540. So moved.
Councilman Manning Martin, as I mentioned earlier, we need to, if your intent is to zero out the entire department, we have to do it line by line. So your first motion, I would assume, would be the full-time salary line.
Sure.
It's what we need to do if that's your intent. So can I restate your motion? Would be account number 51110, salaries full-time, facility security unit, and your motion is to eliminate, reduce it by $92,290. Is that correct?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. On the motion, Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you. I was one of the councilors who was fairly reluctant to agree to this position when it came up, but quite honestly, I'm in City Hall quite a bit, and I've noticed a lot of problems that we've had recently concerning citizens coming in, complaining about the mayor, complaining about taxes, complaining about water bills, and every time we've had a member of this department, whether it be Mr. Bloom or somebody else that's working, take care of the situation. They've gone as far as putting pictures of the people that have caused problems at the front desk when they come in. They're aware of who it is. And we're to the point now where, with all the whack jobs out there, and there are a lot of them, look around the country, we are in dire straits. People are upset. And if there's ever a need, now is the time. Because people are starting to get very, very hostile with elected officials. And that goes with everybody that works in this building. So I cannot cut this job. Again, I was hesitant to do it at the beginning, but look at our country today. Look at the people. I mean, we can ask the mayor how many people have come into his office and threatened Darrell and threatened Beth. It's crazy. We live in a society today where people have no control. They come in and they want to bully everybody, and we can't have it for the safety not only of the mayor's office, but the safety of all of our other departments. These people, we can't have another police officer here 24, fill a position of him. Then we have to fill a police officer's position. And he's expanded. Now we've got the security at the park, at the skating park, or whatever we call it now. And I'd like to see this branched into more of a security for our schools. I mean, this is where we're going. Security is the biggest threat that we have right now. And forget technical security, physical security. We have some people out there that would just as soon come in and punch somebody than talk to them. So to eliminate this position, I'm 100% opposed to this. And I would hope that the rest of the council sees this, that if you come in here and you see a picture of somebody at the front desk, you know that there's been trouble. So that's all I want to say. Again, times have changed. Times have changed since COVID. And if nobody wants to admit it publicly, I will. We got a bunch of whack jobs out there, folks, and they will come in and they will cause havoc and they will cause destruction and they will become physical. And if we don't have this security in the building, we are putting all of our employees in jeopardy. Thank you.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
I will definitely come back to you, Councilor Manning Martin, but I have several councilors that want to speak. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into my comments, would it be, I know there's a motion on the floor, so my first question is, should we have the Director of Municipal Securities come before us to say what they have done in the last year, 2 years since this position was implemented? Right now, I know some things that have happened. I know that the position, as well as the people that have worked under him, have done great as far as risk management. That's something that the police won't do. They'll come in and they will definitely secure a building. They will take care of when or if an issue occurs. But to find the issues before they actually happen and assess those so that then the police now knows, watch out for this, whether it's illegal dumping, whether it's people using pumps when they shouldn't, whether it's maintaining this building, the park. There's a lot of things that I already know just off the top of my head that has already occurred in the last couple of years. So, I mean, that's just me, and that's just a few of the things that I have off the top of my head. And I know there's a motion on the floor, so it's really up to Councilman Manning Martin.
It's up to me.
Okay.
So I would like to. And on the motion, you know, he's here. It's fair game if you want to have him come before the council.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Bloom, if you could come up, please.
Either way.
Certainly, Keith can speak into some specifics, but if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to say a few words.
Yep, that's fine, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And, you know, I respect Councilor Manning Martin's position on this. She's been consistent from the very beginning. And, you know, this was something that, when we brought forward, was kind of new in a lot of ways. But this position, I think, is extremely important. This department has provided, I think, much more vast responsibilities than I think a lot of people are aware of. And I wanted to touch on those, and certainly Keith can maybe give more detail to it. But this job is certainly a lot more than just being at the building, kind of trying to create a safe and secure environment here at City Hall, which is extremely important. Obviously, there's a lot taking place here, and there has been certainly over the last few years an uptick in anger, I think nationwide. I think we all see that. We've seen some pretty horrific incidents very recently regarding city officials and elected officials and City Hall employees. So that's obviously a grave concern, and I think an important responsibility for this position in terms of threat assessment, risk assessment. I can tell you there's been a number of incidents that we can't really speak to that have been turned over to the police, but there have been a number of incidents here within the building and outside the building that have raised the alarm and caused some major concern. But even apart from specifically working in this building, this position covers a much broader set of responsibilities, from risk assessment at all of our schools, at all of our city buildings, where the public is certainly welcome, and not only in terms of site assessment and risk assessment at the different facilities, but also training in terms of ranging from CPR, AED training to active shooter training, security awareness training, emergency evacuation training. All of those Keith oversees, sometimes with certain members of his department, working hand in hand with the police department. So all of that is taking place as well. The other thing that Keith has championed and really made a difference on is the protection of our city assets. We have, obviously, as all of you know, massive city assets across our city in terms of buildings, in terms of vehicles, in terms of equipment. A lot of that equipment is multi-million-dollar equipment. We have now implemented over the last couple years over 70 total cameras in our city, some here at City Hall where we have 11 cameras, the DPS building 7 cameras, the landfill now we have a operational camera, the Perkins Street additions that we made over there with the dog park and with the soccer facility over there, as well as the police and fire memorial. The Children's Museum, the First Responders Memorial, which I mentioned. We now have 11 cameras at the golf course, which I can tell you specifically, we had the golf course building broken into and there was equipment stolen. Because of the cameras that Keith implemented, we were able to catch the perpetrators within an evening and got back all the equipment, and that was turned over to the police department. Additionally, we've just implemented over at Cedar Grove Cemetery. The main library has 21 cameras, Tilly's Farm, 3 cameras, and Brooksby Farm, 4 cameras. Those are monitored and overseen by Keith and his team, constantly looking to protect and preserve our city assets and making sure that if there is anything happening that is a problem, we're able to attend to it very quickly. Also, just in terms of investigations that take place, from simplest thing of bullying here at City Hall to trip and fall outside, vandalism outside, all that falls under Keith, and that's just a small snapshot of the different instances that he oversees. You may recall last year he was able to obtain for us a $60,000 grant that was able to be used for stop school violence and also help with yearly assessments, and also just working in terms of emergency management protocols, threat assessments, and also just credential management for a number of our city departments. So, you know, sometimes I feel like I haven't really explained the department well in terms of the broad responsibilities that fall under Keith. I also think there's great benefit to a friendly face, a greeter that comes when you come into City Hall. A lot of people that come into City Hall are older residents looking for assistance, minority residents, and a lot of them, I think, benefit greatly by having a friendly face, directing, depending on the need of the resident, where to go, who to see. So I do think there's a wide variety of roles and responsibilities. Considering the overall atmosphere right now, I think we need this position. I urge and ask all of you to support it, and I do think we're getting great benefit from it. And in particular, again, that it was amazing to see the golf course, how quickly that was resolved because of a camera that Keith installed in a particular location, and we were able to retrieve city assets within an extremely short period of time, and the boys were turned over to the police. So there is great benefit to the position, far and above what is taking place within the building, which there's been some tense moments, certainly, that I can't speak in detail about. There's been court involvement, police involvement that has been overseen and directed and assisted by Keith. and those that are here helping as security monitors / greeters. I do think there's great value to the greeter role as well, and a friendly face, somebody to welcome somebody and say, how can I assist you? I know the city city had greeters in the past, and have utilized those to, and I think, important role, and I do think that continues. But there's a lot of aspects to this role. It's not just a security guard at City Hall. So I spoke a lot, but I know this is something that, as it comes up, I wanted to speak to. I appreciate Councilor Gamash's statements. Keith certainly can answer any questions. He can certainly speak for himself, but I wanted to give an overview of the wide variety of responsibilities and roles that Keith and his team oversee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Rosano, is that adequate, or do you have some additional questions?
The only question I have is if he'd like to add anything that wasn't already stated.
Mr. Bloom?
No, the mayor did a great job of explaining. The biggest thing is, with this position, we're allowed to be more proactive. So we want to be out there, we want to catch the red flags, especially with the threat assessment training. And for the schools, when we got that grant, we trained a whole lot of teachers and everybody to see the red flags. And if you see something, you say something before they become more. So I just think this position allows more proactiveness. I work very closely with Chief Griffin and his team. If we see something we don't like, we escalate it immediately, and they act appropriately. So I think it's a great partnership, and that's just about it.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Councilor Daigle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the motion.
I think the mayor stole most of what I was going to say, other than I can attest that sometimes employees in the building are not comfortable. They see something, they don't want to call 911, they don't want to be recorded, they don't know who to go to. So it's good to have someone, a live person in the building to vet these things, and I've seen that happen. It's also good to have a greeter. We did away with the switchboard, but it is nice. We see it all the time when people walk in, they don't know where to pay the bill, they have a live person. I've seen vandalism on Perkins Street, and I've sat with Keith and looked through video footage and the police, and that's been extremely helpful. And the only other example I'll give is that I got wind that there was going to be a protest to save the elephants in front of City Hall a couple weeks ago. So I reached out to Keith to let him know, and he was already on top of it, and he already coordinated, looked into it, had staff, and that's what he's doing. So that way we all feel a little bit safer coming in here. So I appreciate the position, and I do think it's very important for what we pay for it. So I will not support a cut for Keith and his staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Daigle. Councilor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I'm not in favor of cutting this. I think the bottom line is people feel safer having security at the front door, and we still bring them in one door, and I think that's the only way to go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Gould. Councilor Turco?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this was one of those that I've been back and forth on. I supported it when it first came out, and in truth, I kind of briefly mentioned to Keith last week that I needed to talk to him, and just between our budgets and everything that, like Council Peach had mentioned, we had 7 days to look at a $200 million budget. So between that, my regular work, and other things, I never had a chance. He reached out to me yesterday, but we had the school budget last night, so I never had a chance to talk to him about exactly what the mayor mentioned. So this is the last thing I wanted, is for you to come up here and try to justify yourself. It's uncomfortable to me. So I wanted to have that, just a little bit of conversation between you and I. So the issues, the reason why I was leaning toward cutting this, and I'll tell you, was more so the school budget meetings that we've had at the Higgins in here. I believe, Mayor, you had a police detail for each one of those meetings, if I'm not mistaken, at the school committee as well as at PB City Hall the other night. And to me, that was more of I said, all right, if we're going to hire a police detail and we need a cop here at City Hall in times when you think there's an issue, then why would I pay a security director and a police detail at the same time? Because, So I guess, I don't even know if there's a question here, Keith, but I guess if I can ask you this publicly, are any of you or any of your men armed here at City Hall?
We are not.
You aren't. So, and that was the other part of my issue is, okay, I think we saw all those videos when those public, what are they called? Those guys that want to, you know, enter public buildings. When they, I think there were 2 different occasions they came in, and at one point, Mayor, you know, one was standing at Darrell's desk, and you came out to talk to him. That's a pretty scary thing. And I wonder what could have our security unit have done to stop you from getting shot at that given moment. And I've wondered that since I saw that video. I'm like, you know, literally I know you were trying to do the right thing, come out of your office. But Councilor Manning's point is this is it a duplicate action? I mean, Keith has done a lot. I get it, and I don't feel fair. I'm not going to support the cut, by the way, tonight because I did not give him the courtesy of a conversation. But when I say I'm not going to support the cut, again, we've talked. We can keep talking about this every day, all day. And we've cut $75,000 off a $210 million budget. Maybe we all feel happy on that. In 2 years, we might be past the $75,000. Actually, Councilor Peach had cut the 2 custodians, so I think we're at $250,000, close to. In 2 years, when I'm given the choice, Keith, I'm going to have to choose between you, a cop, a fireman, a teacher. There were teachers laid off this year. I will choose one of them every time, and that's not an offense toward you. I think you're doing a great job, but I want you to be prepared. I almost, it was one of the things I privately wanted to talk to you about is, okay, maybe you should kind of be prepared for the next 2 years of, this might not be, we might not be able to fund this. So to leave you short and not have that courtesy conversation with you, I won't support it. But I do believe this is one of those positions that we will be forced to address in a year or two. Anyway, the one other question, because it just caught me off guard when you said it, Mayor, is there bullying here in City Hall? You mentioned that Keith is in charge of bullying, like dealing with bullying here at City Hall.
Perhaps maybe Allison might be able to better address that. I don't know exactly what formal role you take in the elections, but
I believe he may have misspoke on that. I was reviewing some video footage of the Higgins outside looking for a description of somebody, and while that was happening, I witnessed some bullying going on. So we were able to work with the resource officer and ID the bully and have the resource officer talk to the kid that was bullying the student.
I get you. Thank you so much for the clarity. Yeah, when the mayor mentioned bullying here at City Hall, it kind of, my ears perked up a little bit.
And could I just respond to one of your comments? So, as everybody knows, you can't put a number on security. But with these cameras that we've already implemented, we've had to have saved in the city a lot of money based on lawsuits, slip and falls, burglary at the golf course. So, though it is a cost, we are saving the city money on another perspective.
Thank you for that. The last thing I'll say is, although I'm not going to support the cut, I am going to follow up. The salary is $92,289 in the budget. There is also I believe a $10,000 security emergency management stipend when we, I'm not sure why that doesn't go to the chief of police, but I'll follow up with Councilor Manning's motion to reduce that stipend and at least, be able to say that there was some sort of cut to this, but I won't support the cut for the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Councilor Weldon.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, I'll keep it brief. First, thank you, Councilor Manning Martin, to bring this up, and I think we're needing to look at everything. We talked about trying to make difficult decisions and hard cuts, and I absolutely agree with looking at everything that's in front of us. I don't agree with this particular suggestion to cut the position or cut the department, rather, but I think it would be helpful if moving forward there's more proactive work done with the school resource officers. Again, I've mentioned a few times, I think it's just an area, it's a blind spot where we're significantly under-resourced, and I know that that's something that Keith's been able to help out with and his department's been able to help out with. And I would hope this year going forward that we could have a proactive approach involving Keith in helping to provide support to those SROs. And then moving forward, Mayor Bencourt, I appreciate you bringing up all the surveillance on all the different assets that we have around the city. I think that's something that is very quantifiable, and we could look at it next year's budget and say, well, you know, we apprehended somebody who broke into, you know, XYZ, you know, area in the city, and we were able to save money for that or this. You know, I think it's difficult for us because I think sometimes our interaction is seeing Keith and his team here, where there's probably more work being done in the community, and I think it would be of benefit for us to have better data looking at that going forward. But again, I appreciate Councilor Manning Martin bringing it up. I won't support it because I do think that it can save the city significant money and still be a resource in areas where we need additional support. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Weldon. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you. And to Keith, I wasn't even going to mention your name. I didn't mention your name. I never would have called you up here. And again, to the point of in putting you in this position, and to the point of back to Councilor Peach's point from the beginning of the evening, this is what happens when you have a face and a name that you know and you like. Super nice guy, like I said. But we need to avoid these situations and not spend so much when we think we're in good times. Because when the bad times come, we have to make difficult decisions like this that we shouldn't be in my opinion. And lastly, just to remark on a couple of comments from some of my colleagues, I want all the employees that don't work at City Hall, from our library employees, skating rink, recreation department, council on aging, you all are just as important as the staff that work at City Hall. Your safety, how you feel when you go to work is just as important as the staff at City Hall. And you know you won't be getting your own security unit. But nobody is more important than any city employee. So I just wanted you to know that. I was a little troubled by some of the remarks of my colleagues, and I just wanted to put that out there. Again, Keith, thank you very much. You are a really nice guy. And I have to tell you, this isn't the first year that I've done this, and you've always been a gentleman to me when I come in the door. And you know, kudos to you for that. You're a professional. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm very transparent, so I have nothing to hide. You know, I don't care that you called me up here. I'd rather have people know what I'm doing than people speak behind my back, not knowing what I'm doing falsely. So I have nothing to hide, very transparent. And in terms of, I work very closely with the library, the Brooksby. I've met with them on cameras and provided security training for them as well. So we don't forget about them either. It's just we have a physical presence here, but I have reached out to all the other departments as well.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. You all set, Councilor Manning Martin?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. The motion is on the floor. Seeing no other on the motion, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
No.
Peach. No. Gould.
No.
Gamache.
No.
Higgins.
No.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
No.
Daigle.
No.
Rosignol.
No.
Melville.
No.
McGinn.
No.
Motion fails 10-1.
Mr. Chairman, I can wrap this up. I can make one more motion to see if there's any interest in cutting at all the wages of the part-time at $51,000 very quickly, and if there is none, we can just move on.
Yep. So
There's no sense dragging this out line by line
Yep.
if there's no interest in this. Thank you.
So are you going to make the motion?
Yes, make the motion to reduce part-time wages 51120 by $51,000 under facility security unit. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. On the motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
No.
Peach.
No.
Gould.
No.
Gamache.
No.
Higgins.
No.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
No.
Daigle.
No.
Rozignol.
No.
Melville.
No.
McGinn.
No.
Motion fails 10 to 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that concludes my motions on this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Other councilors on this section. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I had mentioned, with that, I'll just call it $92,000 salary come two stipends for the Director of Municipal Security. We have $9,999.86, whatever it is, and second stipend for $3,120 for travel and phone. So I will leave the travel and phone stipend. I think that's fine. Again, I think I mentioned this in the past. I prefer that my chief of police be my part of my emergency management team and not my director of municipal security. So I would move to cut the stipend of $9,999.86. And now I have to find you a line item, don't I? Mayor, is that's actually in a different section, isn't it? The line item is a closed-out section, maybe?
I think council was in the public safety category, and that's already been voted and approved.
All right, so what I'll do is I'll reduce it from the part-time wages, and if you want to make a correction within the budget, then go right ahead. So I'll reduce that amount with the intention that that's the stipend for the Director of Public Services stipend for, as I said, $9,999.86, and we can remove it from the wages part-time line, which is 51120, wages part-time under Facility Security Unit. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion from, on the motion, Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the mayor or Mr. Gingras. When we previously talked about the stipends and specifically the emergency management, you mentioned the emergency management fund. Do we fund these stipends? Like, are we just funding this out of the general fund, or are we getting separate funding for this just because you called it something separate? I don't know. To not give, because we voted an ordinance, I believe, to create this. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we'd be removing the stipend from just one person, but not adding the chief of police to the list of the committee, or whatever they're called.
I'm sorry, Councilor Turco, I didn't hear at all the motion that you made. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I'll give you the gist of it, Mayor. The motion was to just reduce the stipend amount with the intention of removing that stipend from the municipal security unit. But since we've already closed out the other account, I'm going to remove that from part-time wages. And again, if you want to make that correction by a transfer later on in the budget, as you do every year, you could transfer that out of emergency management. It's very difficult to hear, isn't it? You could transfer that out of emergency management as a budget correction toward the end of the year, if you'd like. But again, I have no option but to pull it out of part-time wages. So I'm going to make the motion to pull it out of part-time wages with very obviously stated my intention is to eliminate that stipend. I think we could come back to that stipend at some point. That stipend should belong with the chief of police. We'll address that with time. But right now it's a reduction of, again, $9,999.86 from line item 51120, wages part-time, in the facility security unit. So moved.
We had that motion. On the motion, Mr. Mayor, you want to comment?
No, so the motion is to reduce the part-time wages by the $9,999, which represents the stipend for the Director of Municipal Security. Is that what it is, Council?
Yeah, correct. There's a second stipend in there that I'll leave alone, just this one stipend, so, thank you.
I just think that that position is part of the emergency management team, plays a critical role, as do the other positions. I'll leave that up to the council, but I do think that is a stipend that is earned through additional work that takes place for different events, different critical city initiatives and city actions, and I think everybody knows my position on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. I'm sorry, Councilor Peach, I missed you on, you had a comment on the motion?
Yeah, so I had asked the mayor, is there a separate fund? You referenced the emergency management fund. Do we get separate funds specifically for this, or this just comes from the general fund? It's one singular page in public safety, and it doesn't have actually a salary backup to it, even though there's a salaries line item. So I think that's probably why we missed it in the last section.
Yeah, it's just been a line item for a number of years, emergency management. I've never sought to put a full-time employee in there or part-time. I just kind of felt that the emergency management team that does put in additional work, it is something that is earned through additional work and training and things of that nature. So it's not a fund that we get from the state. It's part of the operational budget, and just something that has been in part of the budget for certainly predated me.
Thank you. I do, through the chair, I do recall voting on these. I believe we voted on these stipends maybe my first year on the council. Did we create an ordinance for this? You're saying this has been in the budget for a long period of time, but I'm wondering, we created the committee to have the fire chief, and maybe we just added Keith to it. I really don't remember, because it was probably 4 years ago. But I'm just trying to figure out. Councilor Cherko's point is he thinks it's not about the money; it's about who's holding the position on the committee, and we can't just put the chief of police on that group.
Yeah, initially when I took office as mayor, the emergency management director for the city was the veterans agent, and I never felt that was appropriate. So we did at some point move the veterans agent out. Went forward with the fire chief being the lead on emergency management oversight and training and things of that nature. And just as things have developed and seeing how the operation has developed and the different things that come out of city, I just kind of felt that those positions were part of the emergency management operation here in the city. So, yeah.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful, just not now, but in the future. I don't have an understanding of what this. I understand if there's a catastrophic event in the city, this group will come together and they will help us manage that. And I think that's kind of the role of a police chief and a fire chief. It's part of their job. It's what they do on minor emergencies, not minor, but not citywide catastrophic events. And I remember when we were talking about this a few years ago, that's what this group was kind of, in my opinion, that was what we were told. This is a just in case. So if at some point we could sit down and chat about what they do, on a year-to-year basis, and what's being done, because I do agree with the point Councilor Cherko made earlier this evening that to me, yes, the fire chief should respond in an emergency. If there's a catastrophic event, the fire chief should be there. And should they get paid additional to do that? I don't know. I mean, it's part of their job. And if we think they should get paid additional, just put it in their salary. Because any major event that happens in the city of Peabody, our police chief will be there, our fire chief will be there, Keith will be there, the health director will be there. All the people that are on here for a reason. So, I mean, I'm not going to support Councilor Turco's cut because I don't like them. it's not a financial thing for me, it's just a formation of the committee, but if we could get more information as a council in the future at some point, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think those are all fair points, Counselor. Just a couple, and I'm happy we should have a meeting. I can give more color and more examples of some of the work. Just a couple examples I can give you right now would be at the fire on Main Street when we had, I think it was 40 people that got lost their homes and all their items. There was an emergency management component that took effect, each playing a certain role within that emergency management, led by the fire chief. But Sharon Cameron, Keith Bloom, and you know, all those particular employees took on additional responsibilities at night, on weekends. That was just one example that came to mind. When we have our storms, and when we have our the fire chief, Sharon Cameron, others oversee during cold evenings when we have the shelter system in place, when we have you know, the heat advisories, things of that nature. A lot of that takes place at that time, and we can give more information on that. Those are the kind of the group that comes together in those emergency management situations. Those are just two recently that came to mind. But those require night work, weekend work, storm work. So we thought the stipend was appropriate. But I think a meeting to discuss that in more detail would be helpful.
All set, Councilor Peach. Thank you, Councilor Peach. Anybody else on the motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach,
No.
Gould,
No.
Gamache.
No.
Higgins.
No.
Manny Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
No.
Daigle.
No.
Rossignol.
No.
Melville.
No.
McGinn.
No.
Motion fails 9-2.
Councilor Gamache, did you have other comments on this section?
No, I was
You
going
were
to
just going to make a motion.
Make a motion, yeah.
Yeah, before we go there, just a quick one from me. Mayor, last week, I had asked you a couple of questions about the snow and ice approach, and kind of how I felt that was creating a structural issue in terms of setting us up to essentially guarantee that we had to go to the reserves every time. And I think you had indicated that you thought maybe we were close in a couple of years, but you didn't have the luxury of having the data right at your fingertips. So I had sent you some of the detail to kind of illustrate what I was talking about. I just want to know if you've had opportunity to look that over, and if you could just comment on that for me. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor. And yeah, that was very good information you provided me. And you have advocated for this in the past in terms of having a more realistic number in snow and ice removal. It is absurdly low, and it has been that number for, again, I think that number predated me, and I've never increased it. And I think that has been something that hasn't worked in the right way. I always try to be optimistic, part of my nature, but that number is absurdly low and is not realistic. And I do think that I can say publicly that I need to make an adjustment to that number for the next fiscal year to have it be a little bit more realistic. We got lucky on a couple of winters sometime back, and the number was in the ballpark. But there's been more winters than not where the number was just not anywhere where it needed to be, and it has created some holes for us. So I think that is something I can commit to in the future to make it more of a realistic number.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, that's not something that's going to impact this budget cycle, but just as long as there's a commitment to do something going forward, I think it'll put the budget process in a better place and hopefully make put a little less strain on the reserve. Councilor Gamache.
Yes, at this time, I move approval on the public services budget. Reduce it from $13,688,445 to $13,602,489. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion by Councilor Gamache. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Gamache,
Yes.
Higgins,
Yes.
Manny Martin, Welton,
Yes.
Daigle,
Yes.
Rozignol,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0, 1 absent.
Mr. Chairman, can I move for a 10-minute recess, please?
10-minute recess. Councilors, if you could take your seats, please. We are back in session. We are in the Human Services section. We have a recusal on the, so let me just run through the list of departments. That's Health Administration, Social Services Division, School Health Administration, Council on Aging, Disability Commission, Veteran Service, and Community Programs. Council Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be recusing myself from the portion of the budget dealing with the Peabody Senior Center. My wife is a CNA in the adult daycare program, so I'll be recusing myself for this portion. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Melville. So with Council Melville's recusal, we're going to take the Council on Aging in isolation, and then we'll come back and do the section in aggregate less the Council on Aging. Okay? So right now, if you could just focus specifically on Council on Aging. Questions from the council? Council Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Ms. Nguyen, I don't have any questions. I think you do a fantastic job. I see we have 2 TBAs in here. They're unfunded for a transportation driver, dispatcher, and social services tech. I truly just, everyone here has been to the senior center. You operate a fantastic operation, and you do a lot. I know the Friends of the Senior Center carry a lot of the financial burden and weight to make that place what it is. So I just want to publicly, again, appreciate what you do. I don't have any questions about your books. I know you run a very tight financial ship over there, and you put out a great product. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have a great team, so thank you for that.
Other councilors? Councilor Turco.
Thank you. Probably not a budget question, but I'm going to ask, since you're here, have we begun the roof at the senior center? I know that project has begun.
The actual project hasn't begun, but we had a Zoom meeting today, so I think they're hoping to start some of it in the fall and then probably the rest of it in the spring. So we're excited about that. We'll get rid of those barrels. So.
Thank you so much, and I just want to reiterate Councilor Peach's comments. So
thank you.
Nice work. Thank you.
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, just to add on to Ms. Nguyen's comments to Councilor Turco's questions, the council unanimously supported the roof funding and the mechanical upgrades. We have now the full amount of money to proceed with the project. The Friends of the Council on Aging added some additional funding, which was very helpful. And we had a great meeting today, and hopefully we'll be ready to go in the fall to start doing some of the work. So, but the funding is in place, and I think we have a plan that we're hoping to put out on the street the next couple of weeks, hopefully.
Yeah, it's great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other questions on Council on Aging? What is the will of the committee? What is the will of the council?
Okay.
Councilor Gamache.
Yeah, okay. Move approval on the, I get this. Actually, I don't have this broken down.
I'd accept a motion on...
you got the total on that?
Yep, it's, mayor-approved budget is $1,797,243.
200 and what?
243. 1797243.
Move approval on that amount, so moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Gamache on the Council on Aging budget, the mayor's recommended number. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould. Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Councilor Daigle, did you just get, yeah, thank you. Welcome back, Councilor Melville. So now it's the, everything else in human services other than the Council on Aging. Questions from the committee? Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could Ms. Sarah Grinnell come up so I could just ask her a few questions about the Social Services Division? Hi, Sarah. First, let me just say that this is my committee before the council, and I have neglected to call you before it, as you've been in the past, to kind of go over everything, so that's my fault. So I'm not going to ask you some questions related to the committee here, but I will schedule it on Thursday. I'll make that motion to have one so that you guys can put together a presentation on where you've been and what you've done. My question, and the reason why I asked for your funding as far as the grants, is because in the budget book, it's very limited as to what's given to us. And my concern is the addition of 2 employees, where this department was just created 2 years ago, and we're adding 2 positions. And my objective, or my hope for this department, is to maintain the longevity of the department. I think some of these grants extend out to 15 years, and that's my hope, is that it's 15 years before you have to come before the City Council looking for funding that is likely not going to be available in good times or bad. It's just a lot of money that to fund this department. So what I was looking at is your salary line item is $429,000 for the department as a whole, if I'm correct. If adding up the positions on salary page 37, $429,000, and you obviously have some expenses and other items that are listed in the memo that you had previously sent us. And if I can give the council that would be late 1, which I don't know, Madam Clerk, if you could help me with that one. That submission from the Health Department and the Social Services Department, so I have it listed as late 1, but do we have an actual number for that now? Or
Yeah, no, it's still late 1.
still late 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
We received it.
Right. So, again, $429,000, and I'm trying, and you had some expenses of $102,000 in outside services, $32,000 in supplies, $1160 in travel allowance. So the total expense for the department for this year is $525,000. How with the grants coming in, do they equate? What did you receive this year? I know you have that information. It's very difficult to decipher what came in when and what you have on hand. So can you just explain to me, what we have coming, what's here now, and whatever information you feel like adding?
So this last fiscal year, we received $250,000 to the Department of Public Health, Bureau of Substance Abuse Services, and that mostly funded our prevention activities, which are regional. So we cover the communities of Peabody, Middleton, Boxford, Topsfield, Linfield, and North Reading for that grant. We also received a grant from Beth Israel Lahey Health Foundation, and that was, and the total amount was $300,000 over 3 years. That is how we hired one of the new employees, which is our multilingual care coordinator. We also we used some of the opioid funds, which we had previously discussed, and then there was some COVID contact tracing money that was left that we were able to work on another regional project, and we're transitioning that employee to be providing post-overdose outreach care to our neighboring communities of Beverly, Salem, Swampscott, Marblehead, Danvers, and Peabody. And we're doing it as a pilot, so that's not a permanent. We're going to see how that goes and then make decisions moving forward.
Okay, would you say 300,000 over 3 years for it was, I believe, the Leahy grant, so $100,000 a year for 3 years, okay. And as far as the opioid settlements, I just did recently read that I think it was, it's the company that the Sacklers owned, just settled.
Sackler, yeah.
The Sacklers just settled with the state of Massachusetts. So we should be getting some of that. But what do we have technically, as of right now, and I know there's more on the way maybe, what do we have scheduled to come in each and every year as of right now?
So it's $2.7 million total. The amounts vary, and some of the defendants have decided to pay up front, which they were offered a lesser payout. It's not significant. So to date, I believe we've received a little over 500,000. And we've actually relied less on that than we had originally planned for, because we were able to bring in other grant funding to supplement in some of the costs.
Okay, and there's still more in the pipeline that you know of? There's a few more that are coming?
The Sackler settlement's going to be a big one. I think that's the last one. There may be one more.
Okay, so back to my original concern, and the reason I ask, and the $525,000 budget for this department, you know, at $2.7 million, and I'm glad that you're still getting some other grants, because I know that was a concern of all of ours, that the state might pull back on grants knowing that all these cities and towns were getting this money. But it doesn't seem like that we're set up to last 10, 12, 15 years. You have like an opinion on that, on how we're going to get
Yeah,
through?
I think that we haven't relied as heavily on the opioid funds because we've been able to bring in more grant money. And historically, over the last 17 years, we've been able to support the work of the Healthy Peabody Collaborative and the prevention through grant funding. So to be able to continue moving forward, obviously it's availability of grant funds. The other piece is looking at regional partnerships, so we're able to pool our resources with our neighboring communities.
Thank you. You know, like I said, I'll have a lot more questions regarding the program when I schedule this before the council. I just wanted to get the funding part out of the way. And while I have you here, through you, Mr. Chairman, as Chair of Finance, and Mr. Gingrich, and yourself, Sarah, could we make this a part of the regular budget, Mayor, so that I don't have to ask for additional information each and every year, and we're not, you know, going to...
Absolutely, I think that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, it's in the book anyway, and you know, we all know it's grant money that's covering it. And actually, I do have one question. There is still $7,500 that looks like it's coming out of the general budget. Why is that not coming out of opioid settlements or somewhere else?
Those were just expenses. When we had presented 2 years ago at City Council, we had planned to be asking the city for $156,000 this year, and we ended up being able to cover that through other funding sources. So the $7,500 is just what we're not able to cover through the other grants.
Okay, so there's no remaining monies in the grants to cover $7,500?
So the opioid funds, we were trying to make them, you know, last out longer, so we weren't asking for more of that, but that was our only city ask.
Okay, could we move that to the grant, Mayor, or do you have an opinion on that, or?
Yeah, I think the 7,500 would be able to cover.
Okay. Yeah, you know, if you need the money, you know, you can come back to us, but I think you have plenty of settlement money for right now to take this out of the budget. So with that, I'll move to reduce, looks like line item 51615, health insurance for $7,500 from the social services line.
Could you repeat the account number, Counselor?
Yeah, it looks like line number 51615, health insurance, the amount of $7,500.
Councilors, you heard the motion by Councilor Turco. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Kamash.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Henning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Thank you. I believe that's all I have. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Other councilors? Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page salary 36 for the health department, we have a TBA for a public health nurse administrator through you to the mayor. Do you know if that position's been filled or to the health director?
Thank you, Councilor. Yes, that position has been offered to an internal candidate who will be assuming the role later this summer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're all set, Councilor Peach? Yeah, Councilor Turco.
Just a follow-up, Sharon. So if it's filled by an internal candidate, there's an open position somewhere. What position will then become open?
So the individual who's currently the school nurse leader, so she's on the other side of my budget, will be transitioning to the public health nurse role. And we will be filling the school nurse leader position, which is absolutely necessary to oversee the 23 staff people in the school health division.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Any others on this section? Seeing none. Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I move approval of the Human Services section of the budget. The fiscal mayor approved of $4,252,560.
Councilor Gamache, so we have to net out the...
I'm gonna.
Thank you. Yep.
The original of $4,252,516 to be reduced by $7,500, which equals $4,245,016. So moved.
Yeah, we also need to net out the Council on Aging that we already voted.
And that was how much? I'm sorry?
That was $1,797,243. $1,797,243.
That number, 1 million, I'm sorry, yeah, as submitted. As the chairman just stated. Which is?
Yep, so the correct total would be $2,447,773.
The new number would be $2,447,773. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion by Councilor Gamache. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Poole.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Okay, moving on to Culture and Recreation. We've got the George Peabody House, the main library, the Children's Museum, Recreation, Parks, Brooksby Farm, Tilly's Farm, Forestry, and the Historical Commission. I'd like to also thank, we've got a couple of library trustees here this evening, Kate Vassallo, Stacy Dolan, and I believe Ann Quinn is here as well. Maybe not. But thank you for being here to support the libraries. Questions from the council? Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 44, through you to the mayor, this is for the George Peabody House. There was a large increase this year in outside services. We budgeted $3,000. Year-to-date, it's over $10,000. Can you just let us know what happened there?
I'm sorry, Counselor, could you say that again, please?
For the George Peabody House, for the outside services, we budgeted $3,000 last year, but year-to-date, we're over $10,000. Just what happened with the George Peabody House?
It was an unexpected furnace problem. Not fun.
I know Jim left, but we could use Jim Lozano to help us with that.
It was.
Sorry.
I don't know the details of it, but it wasn't good.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mayor. Same George Peabody House. We had budgeted in 2025 $30,000, and we've spent thus far $48,924 for wages, part-time, and then you've budgeted again for $30,000. Why the overage of $18,000 or $19,000 really, and then back down to $30,000?
Yeah, that's one that I need to stay on top of a little bit more. It's been higher than it should be. I have to work with the director on that. It needs to be more in line with the 30,000. I think we have to reel that in a bit.
Okay, thank you.
I think, yeah, that is one that I'll bring back in a bit.
Thank you. Just very quickly, is that $30,000 position? What's the title of that position? I don't know if I see it anywhere.
It's divided up among a lot of people. It's Dick St. Pierre gets probably the good majority of that, but then there's a number of other employees that work part-time, a few hours a week, that comprise that. It's probably 7 or 8 people.
Okay, so there's no benefits tied to any of those
No benefits
positions.
to that position.
All right,
no.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Other councilors? Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you. Regarding the Children's Museum, can you give us an update on their nonprofit status and their fundraising efforts and the amounts and their progress to becoming self-sustaining and a nonprofit and out of our budget, please?
Thank you, Councilor. So they did receive, the Friends of the North Shore Children's Museum did receive their 501c3 official notification and certification. They did do a fundraiser back in May, the night over at the Black Box, Black Box Theater, which I believe raised nearly $40,000. It was a great benefit, fun night, and I know they have some other items planned. I would suggest our new director, Jen, has been with us now about 7 months, 8 months, and I would think that maybe in the meeting in August or in September, we give a presentation and provide you the most updated numbers. There was a little dip last summer while we were transitioning from the former director to Jen. We had the assistant director keeping the doors open, things afloat, but we've responded well, and I feel like it's probably time to do a full presentation like we did about a year and a half ago, where we can give you the exact numbers and breakdowns. Things are going well, and the Friends have definitely stepped up and helped on the fundraising, and again, I think the hope that we've talked about, and I agree with Councilor, is that eventually we want it to all go in that direction. So if it's okay, maybe we can schedule a meeting at the council's request, maybe in September, or something that works for you. I can provide better numbers and give a full presentation along with Jen.
Sure, but yes, that would be great. But I think you can answer my next and probably only other question is the rental of land. In 2023, it was $43,000. Was that only a half a year? Because the next year it went up to $114,000, and now it's at $121,875. Is that's the rent for the building for the year?
Yeah, so that first year was a half year. I believe we're in year 4 of the first 5-year. We do have five-year options. So I believe we're 4 years into that, or just beginning the 4th year. But yes, that is the full rental. I believe it goes up 3% every year for the first 5 years.
Is it the type of renewal that you can renew without the council's approval?
That's a good question, Counselor, and I don't know the answer. I think that it does have to come back to you, but let me check. I think I have the right. I don't have the right to go over 5 years on a contract, but let me get back to you, Counselor, on that. I'm not 100% sure.
Thank you, because what you say is 1 more year. So if you could get, you think you're in year 4 of 5?
I think we certainly have the options. I got to confirm that that would come back to you. I think it does. I think it comes back to the council to adopt another 5 years or to exercise that option. But let me get back to you. I can get that answer pretty quickly back to you in terms of exactly where we are in the first term, and then let you know when we would have to notify them of an option. And I'll get you the specifics on that.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
All set, Councilor Manning Martin. Thank you. Councilor Welton.
Thanks, Chairman. Again, just on the Children's Museum, through you to Mayor Betancourt. I know you mentioned the Friends of the Children's Museum have raised money through a number of different events. Have there been grants that were successful that are defraying some of the salaries? Or I guess what I'm asking is, the funds that are raised from the Friends of the Children's Museum, are they covering additional costs that aren't outlined in this budget, or are they trying to get a true expectation of what the budget is to run everything over there? Or is the money coming in for like special exhibits or things like that? If you could speak to that, that'd be helpful.
I think it's a combination of both, and I should have come with more information in anticipation of those questions. But that is certainly a package I can put together and I can get better answers for you. But I do know that there was success on the first fundraiser with the Friends. I do know grants are being applied for. I just don't have the full update on that. We've been trying to operate where Jen is kept up to date on things, but she's not part of the Friends organization. We sought a legal opinion from the Ethics Commission on how that operates, and we've been operating under the Ethics Committee's advice. So she is not in the day-to-day operations of the Friends. She can communicate with them and get information, but not in terms of fundraising and other aspects of it. So I should have had a little bit more information for you tonight, but I can put that all together for the upcoming meeting.
Great, that'd be great. I think just to get a better idea of the whole thing, and happy to hear she can be friendly with the Friends, but not friends with the Friends. So we'll figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Welton, for the tongue twister. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, looking at, 4.5 hours, the library director has sat here, so I just want to invite her up for a minute and see if she wants to, add anything about her department, or if she's content with the mayor's explanation about the transfer of IT funds, or excuse me, the library trust, library director, Morgan. I just wanted to give you the courtesy to come up and say hello to us since you sat here for 4.5 hours, and see if you had any issues that you had to bring before us, because we don't often get to see you at the council. So,
I appreciate it. Thank you. As of now, no issues. All the money that was removed from that account, we've spoken with the mayor, and it's now in a capital line. So, as long as that money, we can see that in that budget line, we're happy.
very good. Thank you very much. And things are good over at the west and the south branch. They're not particularly identified in the budget, so I just, I want to make sure we're not, hours are good.
Everything's good. Hours are good. Staffing is great. We have all our positions filled. There's one on that's TBA, but that position hasn't been filled it's not intended to be filled. We transitioned that position into a full-time librarian position, so no worries on our end with staffing at all. We're looking good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Any other councilors on this section? Seeing none, Councilor Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move to approve the budget as proposed by the mayor for cultural and recreation totaling $4,859,758. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Melville. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach. Yes. Gould.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Moving on, debt service. Questions from the council on debt service? Seeing none, what is the will of the council? Councilor Turco.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I did have one question regarding debt service. I'm trying to figure out this, just happened to notice it. Interest, short-term debt. It says 2025 was 749,000. 2026 was is 1,187,000, but you have the proposed change at $947,000. So something's not adding up with that number. 749 to 1,187 is not 947,000. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
I can
Yeah.
hear you now.
Okay.
I think we heard bits and pieces of that, Councilor, so if everybody could just remember to get in tight to the microphone. Is that question directed to Mr. Gingras?
Yeah, I will, I think it says page 53, maybe? Does it say? Yeah, 53, and it's interest short-term debt. And the mayor proposed budget is $1,187,000, and yet the proposed change is listed at $947,000. And that's, it doesn't add up. Anyway, can you explain that to me?
My calculation has it adding up. You've taken 1187 minus 240,000.
Okay, I'm looking at the actual year-to-date, the 749. You're going, okay, so you're going off the base budget of last year. Why is such the overage from the $240,000 budgeted amount in the $749,000 expenditure?
We're taking on new debt for a number of different items. In particular, it might be the there's a whole list of items. There's approximately 26 million, and it's interest on various items within that. We're going to be actually going for a bond sale and a short-term note sale this week for payments in July. So I'll have more information, but it's all short-term interest on the notes we took out last year.
Okay, those the intention is to make those long-term?
Yeah, those will move to long-term.
Those will move to, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Any other councilors? Seeing none, Councilor Gamache.
This time I move approval on the debt service item for $10,177,204. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Gamache. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach. Yes. Gould.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle. Yes. Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Moving on, next section, employee benefits, PBD retirement system, workman's compensation, employee benefits, insurance administration. Questions from the council on employee benefits? Councilor Turco.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Mr. Freeman to come up for a minute?
You may.
All right, Mr. Freeman, thank you.
Good evening.
How are you, Jim? Just a couple questions. The amortization table provided to the city of Peabody from PERAC,
Yes.
Is that pretty steady? Those numbers are pretty accurate as far as, so we know year to year what those will be?
It's an increasing number year to year.
Right, it steadily increases, but is it dependent on how much we make in the prim, or, you know, how much?
It is.
So it could be reduced if the market increases, and we may not have as big a liability.
We had a pretty significant gain from the last full actuary to this one. We went from 56.4% funded to 59.5, so we're almost at 60. So if we get great returns, that draws the unfunded liability lower. So the number could fluctuate.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking about the future is because we've done a lot of talk about what we're going to face down the road, and that PERAC amortization table seems to steadily, it grows pretty significantly by 2035. Somewhere in the, maybe you have it, but somewhere in the $15 to $20 million range.
So I think that the target was to be fully funded by, sorry, battery just died. I think it's 2037. And it is a pretty high number.
Yeah, with that, it's a scary number, so that's kind of why I'm asking about it.
Yeah, 26 million in 2036.
26 million in, so in a 10-year period, it'll be 26 million. What is it this year?
17. 17,691.
So a $10 million increase over the next 10 years, essentially. And,
Yes.
To make those payments. Now, when we reduce a position, we kind of know roughly the number the mayor uses for benefits for insurance. Is there a number we can use if we were to reduce a $100,000 position? How do we dictate how much of that comes off the pension liability by reducing that number? Is there such a way to do it?
So if you reduced a single position of 100,000 over,
If we cut it from the budget, a $100,000 position, and they're not vested in the system as of yet, not entitled to a pension, how much can we account to say, okay, we saved $100,000 on the salary, we saved $21,000 on insurance. How much did we save on the pension liability? Is there a way to dictate that?
depending on the position, if the person is currently encumbered, they're employed, and they move to another city or town, we're going to pay that portion of their pension when they're at 80% in Linfield. We will still have that liability for all of the service they provided. So it wouldn't disappear. We would still have a liability, but if that person goes on and makes $220 over their career, we would have a big nut to pay to that town on their pension.
Yeah, we wouldn't be responsible for the 220, just the portion that they...
Whatever the proportion of their time that was in Peabody, that we have liability for.
Okay, right. So there's no real way that we could say, all right, we saved $10,000 on pension liability, because you don't know if they're going to get vested in another city or town until later on down the road. So I just want to make sure we're not going to use a number that we shouldn't be using. And by what you're telling me, we shouldn't even address it because we don't know. It's a savings, I would guess, but we can't guarantee that.
There would be some savings. I don't think over $300 million it would be significant as far as the unfunded liability.
Okay, and I did have, I lost my train of thought. I had one more question for you regarding, since we brought up stipends quite a bit, are these stipends pensionable or are they not pensionable? And when I say stipends, there are multiple stipends within the budget. There are the public safety stipends, there are travel and telephone stipends. Does PERIC differentiate between which is pensionable and which isn't?
So under the law, stipends that are non-discretionary, guaranteed, those are pensionable. If it's paid every pay period, every year. If a stipend went to someone to do the liquor board for a year or two, and then it went to another person, that's not a guaranteed stipend to that person, so they wouldn't be. But other stipends that are guaranteed, permanent, part of that job, week after week after week, those are pensionable by law.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions for you, but thank you for coming up.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Other questions? Employee benefits? Seeing none. What is the will? Councilor Higgins, will you take this one? Employee benefits?
Yes, motion to accept the budget of $35,633,156.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Higgins. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Manning Martin. Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Great, thank you.
All right, councilors, that's the city side of the budget. We're going to move forward to the enterprises next. We need, I think, a minute or two to connect the presentation properly, so we're going to take a 2-minute recess. Please don't go too far. Thank you. Councilors, if you could take your seats, please. Councilor Welton. Councilor Welton. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session from our brief recess. We're proceeding to the enterprise funds, and the auditor is going to do the overview presentation. You all have a hard copy of this with the original package. Hopefully you have that with you tonight, but if not, it's up on the screen. Ms. Martin.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Before you are the fiscal 2026 enterprise fund budgets for water and sewer enterprise, recreation, which includes skating rink and golf course. The enterprise funds are established under Chapter 44, Section 53 F.5. The mission of the enterprise funds is to be self-sustaining by user fees. City Council vote required to authorize the budget. In fiscal 2024, actual water and sewer revenue was $25,170,000. Fiscal 2025 budget was $21,730,000, and we are projecting to collect $20,944,600 in fiscal 25. That's $785,400 less than budgeted. This is attributable to the new billing software, which has delayed billings. We are starting to get back on schedule, but anticipate some lag in collections and a larger than normal accounts receivable at year end. We are budgeting $22.1 million for fiscal 26, which is up from fiscal 25 projected revenue. The increase in expected revenue is mostly due to the billing being back on schedule. The actual sewer expense in fiscal 2024 totaled $10.5 million. The primary expense is the assessment paid to the South Essex Sewage District for septage disposal. Other significant expenses include salaries and wages, outside services, and utilities. Fiscal 2025 projected expenses are slightly under budget at $10.2 million. The estimated budget for fiscal 26 is $10.2 million, seeing a slight decrease in intergovernmental expense, SESD charges, as Roosevelt is offline. The fiscal 2024 actual expenses for water were almost $13.4 million. The primary expenses include salaries and wages, employee benefits, $3.9 million for the purchase of MWRA water while the Winona treatment plant was being renovated, outside services, materials and supplies, and debt service. We're expecting fiscal 25 expense to come in over budget at $11.5 million. The overage is attributable to unforeseen water repairs due to multiple water breaks throughout the city. The fiscal year 2026 budget request is $11.7 million, which includes an increase of approximately $649,000. This increase is attributable to $109,000 in electric and gas due to rate increases, $399,000 increase in outside services due to repairs, $315,000 increase in materials and supplies for the PFAS expenses, and annual GAC replacement at Winona. We expect to see a decrease in MWRA water assessment of $375,000 due to the decrease in reliance because our water treatment plants are upgraded and operational. Fiscal 2024 resulted in an operating surplus of $3.8 million. After paying debt service obligations of $2.7 million, there was a surplus of $1,084,000. Revenue is coming in less than expected for fiscal 25 due to the billings being behind schedule and Roosevelt being offline. Fiscal 2025 expenses are slightly more than anticipated. After we pay debt service, we project to have a deficit of $858,000. Retained earnings has a beginning balance of $1,084,000, less the transfer of $84,000 to close out fiscal 2025, leaving a surplus balance of $141,916. We are estimating $22.1 million for fiscal 26 revenue against indirect costs and operating expenses of $19,482,657, leaving us with a small surplus of $68,945 after meeting our debt service obligations. Retained earnings estimated to end at $210,861. As you can see, we are running very tight, so we anticipate coming for rate increases for water and sewer in FY26. This is necessary in order to build retained earnings that can be used to fund scheduled increases in debt service, maintain and update infrastructure, and allow the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund to be self-sustaining going forward. Moving to the skating rink. In fiscal 2024, skating rink and revenues were $854,997. Ice rink rental fees generate 69%. 20% comes from public skating. 2.8% special events, 3.7% special programs, and 4.5% from concession vending and rentals. We expect fiscal 25 revenue to come in over budget at around $876,000, which is a slight increase over prior year. We anticipate the projected revenue in fiscal 2026 to be slightly higher than fiscal 2025 at $896,000 because of the FY26 rate increase, which is expected to generate an additional $20,000. Actual expenses in FY24 were $875,763. The expenses are primarily related to salaries and wages and utilities. We are projecting fiscal 25 expenses to come in slightly over budget at $875,000. The additional costs are attributed to increases in salaries and wages and rate increases in utilities. Fiscal 24 saw a deficit in operating costs of $20,766. After paying the Zamboni lease and debt service of $128,775, the deficit was $149,541. In fiscal 24, the beginning balance in retained earnings was a deficit balance of $90,429, leaving FY24 retained earnings with a deficit of $239,969. Revenue is coming in greater than expected for fiscal 25, and the expenses are slightly more than anticipated. Revenue less expenses and operations is projected to break even in fiscal 25 and slightly higher in fiscal 26. However, revenues fall short of covering the Zamboni lease and debt service. After we pay debt service, we expect to see a deficit balance of $121,500, which will decrease retained earnings to $361,469. We estimate fiscal 26 revenue of $896,000, operating expenses of $875,000, leaving us with a deficit of $103,000. After meeting our lease and debt service obligations of $123,780, this will cause retained earnings in the skating rink to grow to a deficit balance of $464,469. Moving to the golf course. Golf course actual sales in 2024 totaled $2,019,743. Green fees and cart rentals make up 87% of total revenues. We are projecting FY25 revenue of $2.1 million, which is $1,330,000 in green fees, $505,000 in carts, plus increases in outings over fiscal 2024. We are estimating FY26 revenue to come in slightly higher than fiscal 25 at $2,180,000. The actual ground expenses in 2024 were $962,798. Significant budget drivers are payroll, maintenance, grounds, equipment rentals, and capital improvements. For fiscal 25, we project to be $72,000 under budget at $828,000. This comes from a combination of accounts including health insurance, utilities and maintenance, grounds. The proposed budget for fiscal 26 is $890,000, of which $459,698 is salaries, $291,000 is maintenance and grounds, and $106,525 is capital improvement. The fiscal 26 golf course grounds budget includes $106,525 capital plan, which includes annual irrigation rotor replacement, annual dethatching of fairways, Russell pump station upgrade, bridge repair, replacing decking this year 7th and 8th holes, and cart path renovations repaving. Fiscal 2024 clubhouse expense was $745,695, plus the CDA loan payback of $100,000 for a total of $845,695. The biggest drivers of expense are payroll, supplies, and cart leases. Fiscal 2025 expense is expected to come in at $737,155, plus the debt service for land purchased of $192,745, for a total of $929,900. This is slightly lower than expected, in part due to a hold of CDA loan repayment granted by the CDA as we pay down debt service. The fiscal 2026 clubhouse expense budget is $1,072,000, with the increase attributable to $343,828 to be paid towards the debt service for the land purchase we invested in. Fiscal 2024 revenues of $2,019,000 exceeded operating expenses of $1,708,000 by $311,000. After making a payment of $100,000 to the CDA loan, the golf course was left with a surplus balance of $211,250. Retained earnings went from a balance of $1,279,905 to a surplus balance of $1,491,000. Fiscal 2025 is projected to have a surplus of $342,100, which is $237,000 over budget. The increase is attributed to increased revenue from green fees and outings, decreases in operating expense over the amount budgeted, and the hold on the loan repayment granted by the CDA. We are estimating fiscal 2026 revenues at $2,180,000, operating expense budget of $1,618,000, a slight increase over the prior year. Once the debt service is paid for the land purchase, $343,828, we expect to see a surplus of $218,000 and ending retained earnings of $2 million. When we look at the combined retained earnings for the recreation enterprise, fiscal 2024 actuals for the recreation enterprise fund, we can see combined revenues at $2,875,000 and combined 2024 operating expenses of $2,584,000, leaving a gross profit in recreation enterprise fund of $290,484. After paying the rink Zamboni lease and debt service of $128,775 and golf CDA loan repayment of $100,000, we had net revenue of $61,709. The net revenue added to the fiscal 2024 beginning retained earnings deficit in the rink is $90,429. Surplus in the golf course of $1,279,905 left us with ending retained earnings surplus of $1,251,000 in FY24. We project that the Recreation Enterprise Fund will have fiscal 2025 revenues totaling $2,976,000 and operating expenses of $2,450,781. Gross profit will be $525,219, less financing costs of $619,238, leaving a net revenue of $220,600. Retained earnings will increase to $1,460,786. Estimated fiscal 2026 recreation enterprise revenues are $3,076,000. And estimated fiscal 2026 operating expenses are $2,493,392. After we reduce the estimated gross profit of $582,608 by the financing costs and debt service, we arrive at an estimated net surplus of $115,000. Adding this net surplus to the beginning retained earnings of $1,460,786, we have estimated retained earnings of $1,575,786 for fiscal 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Mr. Mayor, you want to make an introduction?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mary, for the presentation. I did want to introduce, I think some of you know Sandra Howland. Sandra is here tonight. Sandra, I'm bringing forward on Thursday, hopefully to be appointed as our water superintendent. Sandra's been with us for a number of years, first as a water treatment operator. Most recently, for the last couple of years, she's been the water treatment plant supervisor at the Coolidge Water Treatment Plant, and now as our water superintendent. She's been doing the job already in many degrees in many ways for a number of months, and it's only fitting that she be our water superintendent. Very knowledgeable, and I think she's runs an excellent department, and hoping to have her a part of our city for a number of years. She's here tonight, of course, to answer any questions, but she'll be in front of you on Thursday as well. I wanted to thank her. I wanted to thank Kevin Kelly, who's been here for representing the Public Services Division as our assistant. Everybody knows Kevin. Does a great job for us. Everybody knows Paul Legitimacy, our manager over at the ice skating rink. And I did want to just say, and I know a number of you, or I think all of you, received a letter from Paul. Paul puts his heart and soul into that rink. It is a tough business, and I really give him great credit for pushing through. He has brought forward some new initiatives, particularly a bocce league that a lot of people are excited about, and I appreciate Paul's work. And from our golf course, we have our director, Peter Cronin, and our assistant, Dan Cronin. So everybody working very hard. I just want to make sure everybody was introduced to Sandra, if you haven't met her yet. But I really feel good about the operation. And we hit some snags this year with our water billing. I'm sure a number of you heard of it. Our system, we've had some trouble implementing the system, and we've ran into some real snags on that. And as Mary mentioned, we have made good strides in catching up, but we have now a full department. We have some summer help that is allowing us to catch up, and I think we'll be back up to date hopefully very soon, and our numbers will be improved. But certainly, I'm available to answer any questions, but I wanted to make those introductions before we open it up, and I appreciate Chairman McGinn allowing me that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mayor alluded to a letter that we received that's late too. Can I get a motion to receive that letter?
Motion to receive the letter.
So you heard the motion from Councilor Rossignol on the motion. All in favor? Yeah, Councilor Rosenthal.
After the motion.
Thank you. Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. While we're on late receipts, we got a couple others that are in the package.
Before we go to that, I just want to make a motion to go past our rules for 11 o'clock. So moved.
I'll accept that. I'm not sure it's necessary for a committee meeting, but I think to be err to the side of caution, Councilor Rossignol, that you heard his motion to proceed beyond 11 o'clock. All in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. Can I get a motion? We had late 7 was the, these will come into play on Thursday night. This is the Essex North Shore Agriculture and Technical School budget. Can I get a motion to receive that?
So moved.
You heard motion from Councilor Gamache. All in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. And late 8 is number of job descriptions that were submitted by superintendent. That's late 8.
Motion to receive late 8.
You heard the motion from Councilor Gamache. All in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. Okay, so right now I'd like to focus on the overview presentation we heard from the auditor, and then get into any of the details that you want in the book. Let's start with water and sewer. Does anybody have questions that they'd like to address in the overview presentation for water and sewer? Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing specific that I need to ask Sandra, but I could ask the finance team. So we have what's left in that in the water and sewer fund after this year again?
Approximately 200,000 this year. After this year's 2026 budget, a couple of 100,000.
Okay, Mayor, I know you made a commitment last year that you weren't going to raise rates. Are we looking at raising rates? Because I'd like to take a different avenue that I'll discuss with the chairman. If that's your intention to come forward with a rate increase, I would like to try a different avenue before we do that. And I'll explain that to you. So, but I need to know if you'll be coming forward shortly this year, next year, or do you know?
I don't have an answer for that yet. I'm hoping not to, but we're going to have to see how collections go here in the next several months. But I'm certainly open to ideas you may have, Councilor.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you and to you, I'd like to put this before finance at some point. I did mention this to Mr. Gingrich and the mayor, I think a couple of years ago, and so I just wanted to bring it back real quick, and I'll explain. I talked to Janice several years ago, maybe 2 to 3. There's 13,500 water meters in this city. 12,610 of them are are residential, and 890 of them are commercial. When we looked at, Mike, we looked at enterprise funds, and specifically water enterprise, and different avenues to raise money. That's a state, I could print that out for the council. When we do plan this, it gives you ideas on how you can raise revenues. One of them is a quarterly reading fee. And I brought this up to you, Mayor, is that even if we went small with $10 a quarter, it's $40 a year. The residents are aware of the $40. On the commercial side, if we were to go even $25 a quarter, that's $100 a year for the commercial. Those total out to $600,000 just for those fees. And I think it's a steady number that residents won't be surprised by a huge jump in rate increase. Inevitably, we still may need to do some increase, but to have the $600,000 yearly coming in on a regular basis, I think is the fair way to begin this. And I'd like to, move forward. I probably should have brought this back to you after we discussed it the first time, but we didn't. So here we are. I mean, I think the $600,000 a year would be very, very helpful and not hurtful to our residents as that monthly fee goes. So, Mr. Chair, I don't think it's appropriate to do it during budget, so should I make that motion to refer this to the Finance Committee on Thursday night's meeting?
That's fine. Yeah.
That would be fine. Okay. and I'll do that. And with that, Mr. Gingrich, if you could be just prepared to share your thoughts on that, and Mr. Mayor also. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I neglected one other, not that I'm looking to charge a million fees, but Janice did also tell me that at one point we had charged a fee for a final meter reading for when you sold your house. They had to send out somebody to give a final reading to the bank. That fee years ago, which is for some reason we got rid of, was $25 to the homeowner, the seller of the home. And last year there were 322 homes sold in Peabody, which again would be $16,100 additional just for a fee that somebody's, they're leaving the city. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Any other questions from the council on the overview presentation for water and sewer? Okay, does anybody have any questions on the detail for water and sewer? The big book. I see people continuing to look. Are people comfortable? Or do you need more time?
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask just if Paul could come up. I just wanted Paul from the skating rink.
We're on water and sewer
I'm sorry.
right now. So
my apologies. Okay.
yeah, we can do that. We can do that in a moment. Yep, Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Chairman McGinn. Just on the water and sewer enterprise, the intergovernmental fee, can you just clarify, is that the MWRA contribution, I'm guessing?
Is that SESD, South Essex Sewage District, annual payment? Yep.
Thank you.
Just, we all get that budget in the mail, Councilor Welton, and I did validate that number is the number that appeared in the budget, right down to the penny. Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 62 for sewers, the outside services were increasing by $125,000 this year. We're currently not over the allocated budget from last year, which was $575,000. I didn't really go into the TBAs and the enterprise because the idea is they pay for themselves. But there are several open positions. I would think if we have these open positions, and I would hope that we're filling them, the outside services should decrease. So I don't know, through you to the mayor or to Kevin?
Yeah, I believe the overnight shift has been filled. And I believe we're on sewer, right, on salary, page 52?
Yeah, I'm not like super concerned about the TBAs. I'm wondering why outside services is increasing by $125,000 when we have open
sorry.
positions. So likely we would fill those positions, and our outside services should be
I'm sorry.
decreasing. So I don't know if we have people in the pipeline for those positions.
It's the MS4 stormwater permit requirements. That's a requirement for every city and town now to have a stormwater management plan. Yeah, it's a requirement now. It's for your MS4 stormwater management plan. We have Weston and Sampson doing the work for us, but that's a state requirement. So that's the increase is specific to that.
So another unfunded mandate
Yes.
from the state. Thank you.
Yep.
All set, Councilor Peach? Thank you. Councilor Turco, I thought you might have had your hand up there again.
I did, but I actually forgot what I was going to ask, so I'm going to pass on it. I'm
All
good.
right. That's a tremendous amount of honesty there. Any other councilors? Seeing none, what is the will of the council? Councilor Gamache.
So we're in the water and sewer enterprise? Is that what we're at right now, or is this the?
Yes, in the summary, page 3, in the table of contents, it's towards the bottom of that short page, and the amount is $21,961,000.
So moved. Approval.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Gamache to approve the mayor-approved budget for the water and sewer enterprise in an amount of $21,961,000. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
All right, moving on. Now, do you want me to come back to you, Councilor Turco? Do you want to ask on your skating rink question?
Yeah, I just, if Paul could come up for a quick minute, and while he's on his way up, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gingrich, what's left on the lease? Is it 1 year? 2 years left on the lease? And on the debt payment is,
The lease and the debt payment coincide, so it's 27.
2 years, okay. And so through you to Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Legitimacy, I spoke to you the other day in the hallway, and I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate the letter. It was nice for you to reach out to the council in advance. You know, I know we've been a little tough on you in the past, and I don't think that's the intention tonight. I think that the tour we got of the facility was pretty eye-opening as to the needs of that facility. But one thing you mentioned during that trip was that many of the municipal skating rinks have been leased out to one specific company. There's really only, I think you mentioned 4 or 5 remaining that municipalities still run.
Only about 4 or 5 remaining, or maybe 7, that's left with actually run by the state. So the company, FMC, Facilities Management Company, is the company that's been a driving force of taking over unwanted skating rinks from the state.
Right. Through you, I guess I could ask you and the mayor, is that something that, are we looking at that, Mayor, for potential for like a company like FMC to come in 2 years to run the skating rink? And I'm not trying to oust you from a job, Paul. Hopefully you have your pension. You know, you've been here a long time, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I've been with the city for 25 years. I've been managing the rink for over 15 years. And, you know, the building is old, it's tired, but it's still serving a purpose, you know, to the residents of Peabody, Danvers, the surrounding towns. I think it's important for the city to continue to maintain the skating rink. You might lose some flexibility if we should give it back to the state and lose it to a private company. There'll be some things that we do at the skating rink that the private company might not offer. You know, we take care of all the local teams, and Peabody Youth Hockey, they came to me, they were dying for some more ice, and I had to make some changes. and we offered them some more ice. You might not find that with the private facilities. You know, they run it like a business, and that's, you know, that's what it is. It is a business, but they can be pretty cutthroat. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand it, and you know, it was just kind of eye-opening to me when you would explain to us that there were only, you know, 5 or 7 remaining in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that are municipally run at this point. So obviously, this isn't a you issue that, you know, and you've dealt with a lot for the last 5 years. I think we've kind of been tough on you. But with your explanation of that, it made me realize that this is, you know, the ice skating, this is skating rinks as a whole. So, Mayor, I guess my question is, you know, in advance, we have 2 years left of this. You know, are we going to, I'm hoping that we're at least going to investigate other options as to, you know, whether we want to move in the, if we want to keep this skating rink under municipal control, extend the agreement with the state, or, you know, especially taking into account the number of repairs that need to be made to this facility, or whether we contract out or give it back to the state and they contract out with a company like FMC to, you know, as many others have done. Has there been any discussion?
Thank you, Councilor. And while Paul is here, I first want to commend him. He's been a bulldog keeping that rink afloat, and he's had some disadvantages, and you know, he's really worked hard. This guy works extremely hard. I think all of you know that, and I think a number of you have given him credit in the past. It is a tough business. He's been keeping that rink afloat. And if once the debt service is paid off for the repair work we did years back, and then with the lease, I mean, he would be operating, you know, in the black. So, you know, I'm hoping that there's a way for us to keep things going, but I don't think we'd be doing our job if we didn't at least look at other opportunities and options. It is a great service that is provided to our residents. You know, there's a number of die-hard people that really rely on that rink and utilize that rink and have great enjoyment at the rink. So, but it is something that we're going to have to make a community decision. We have till June 2027, so we're 2 years remaining. You know, I would think this is the year that we're going to have to make decisions. So I would think that that's going to be a committee item that we're going to have to discuss, and that has to be a decision that we're all going to have to come to together. But I'm hoping that we can try to make this work and keep the operation going, maybe in some hybrid form. But I think we have to obviously look at all options, but I'm hoping that we can make it work.
You know, if I may, you know, 2020 was COVID, obviously. It was really tough on the skating world. We lost lots and lots of money, and we're just finally making that turn again. And, you know, we only owe about $150,000 on the debt from 2012, and we have another this year and next year a payment on the Zamboni that we just got. I think the rink can turn itself around. You know, skating seems to run in like little, you know, you'll have a good year and then you'll have a couple of bad years and then you'll have a couple of good years. And I tell you, you know, the skating rink is really busy. If you ventured out and tried to go see some other facilities here in Massachusetts, you'll just see, yes, our building is old, but every employee that works for me, we take pride in that skating rink, and we keep it as clean and running as up to top dollar as best that we can. And it is an asset for the city, and I believe that in 2 years, once we pay off all our debts, I think we're going to generally see some sort of turnaround in it. Does it have to be Title IX? Yes, it does have to be Title IX. Have we been dealing with not being Title IX? Yes, we have. Is it a struggle for us and my staff to do that? Yes, it is, but we do manage it, and we do manage it well. I believe that we've had 0 incidents between the girls and the boys, and that's got a lot to do with my employees on the way that we deal with handling the girls and the boys. I don't think it's something that we immediately have to fix right away, because I know obviously revenue is the big question behind the whole thing, but I think if you gave this thing a chance, the city can still take pride in managing the facility for the years to come. And I would love the opportunity to do that. So I'm going to continue working hard. My staff is going to continue working hard. We're always there. Feel free to come by anytime you want and see what we do there, especially during high school hockey season. We would love to have you guys come by for a game, and you'll be able to witness what actually goes on in that building. So, I want to thank you all for, for the effort and everything. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to the future of the skating rink.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Paul. Other, Councilor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul, I've been a big supporter from the get-go, and I'll continue to support you until we come up with a better plan for the rink. I think the mayor described you as somebody that's dedicated to the rink, and I can tell that just by having been there with you and doing a few things together. Mr. Mayor, you're the only one with a law degree here in the chamber. Title IX, ultimately, whose responsibility is Title IX requirements? Is it the landowner? Is it the leasee? Maybe you can give us some guidance. If you don't know, I understand.
Well, I would certainly submit that it's the owner of the property, which is the Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR, the state office. And I kind of feel like that should be something that the state leads, and I think certainly the city could contribute to that type of project, but to put it all on a city, I don't think is fair, and I think DCR needs to step up and be a part of that solution.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back to Paul. Paul, have you done any studies on what it would cost us to get Title IX compliant?
Yeah, so, back in 2018, some friends of the rink, they came up with 3 sets of plans, and the cost was right around $3 million, and that was 2018. But I would like to say that, I don't know if you're aware of it, the Kaskabooski skating rink, which is here in Saugus behind Kelly's, I don't know if you guys are aware of it, right near Breakheart Reservation. The Gilmartin brothers, who own Hockey Town on Route 1, they own the Everett rink in Everett. They purchased the Kaskabooski rink, and what they did was the state came in and spent $3 or $4 million to renovate the facility so that the Gilmartins can move in there. And I'm sure the Gilmartins had to pay a little bit to get into the building themselves, but the state did come up with the money, and they did help them renovate that whole building. I don't know if any of you have been in there. It's nice. They did a really good job, but I think it's going to take the state reps to, all 3 that we have here in Peabody, to really go after the state and tell them that we would love to continue managing it, but it definitely needs a little bit of love, so, yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
You will.
Thank you, Councilor Gould. You're all set. Thank you. Councilor Gamache.
Sorry, a couple of quick questions. The projected budget for the Commonwealth is $21,000. Is that a fee we pay them yearly? So that's a fixed number every year, basically, or what the lease is?
It's 2.5% of revenue.
Okay. Another quick question to Paul. Our ice per hour, just give me a ballpark figure. Because I want you to tell me what the private ice per hour is at other rinks that aren't municipally run like ours.
Yeah, so did you guys get a copy of my price increase?
I did.
Okay. All right, so just let me give you the highlights. So, hang on one second.
Sorry, Councilor Gamache, did you say you did not, or you did?
Oh, I did receive
have
it. I thought I had it here. So
That's okay.
You should have it.
That's all right. So do you need to know what the other surrounding rinks are charging?
Just basically in the
for ice
comparison.
time? Yeah.
What the price difference? Is it $30 an hour, $40 an hour?
So yeah, I suppose recommended a price for private adult groups, $20 an hour. So that would bring us from $285 to $305. And then for the nonprofit, it's only $10. So that's like your Peabody Youth Hockey, Danvers Youth Hockey, North Reading Youth Hockey, just an extra $10, which is generally what we do every year. I usually just go up $10 across the board, but and then for the profit youth hockey, we went up $25 from $285 to $310.
What's the other figure for the one that was going up $10? What's that total figure now?
From $285 to $295.
Okay. What is the average of private hockey rinks?
The going rink,
Yes.
around surrounding rinks, we're right in the ballpark. If not, we're a little bit more.
Okay.
Like maybe $5 more per hour. And some of the rinks, they do 60-minute hours instead of 50. We're on a 50-minute hour. So they can get away with charging a little bit more for a 60 minutes. So
Yeah.
some of the rinks in the area, 60-minute hour is going to cost maybe $320, $330.
Okay.
For the profit groups.
All right, so with this, so what we're saying is our debt service and our Zamboni lease of 123, almost 124K is coming off the books after our present lease is up.
Unfortunately, they collide in 27 with
Okay,
the-
well, that's going a little bit further, because if we so desire to move forward with the lease, we're knocking off $124,000
Yes,
in 28.
yes.
Okay, the other thing I have is that where you stated that there are some skating rinks that have gotten state funding.
I'm sorry, that say what?
You mentioned that there was a rink, or whatever the name of it was, Kastabuski or whatever it was.
Yeah, Kaskabuski. Yes.
That was given an improvement from state funding.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is we got a year to get our state delegation on board to try to get that type of improvement for the rink, and whether it come in 26 or 27 or 28, if we understand that that's going to be footed by the state, then that gives us, it's a double-edged sword, because now we can have our Title IX answered without the big cost and debt. We're reducing our debt for $124,000 per year. Now we're probably in the vicinity where we can make some money, and we're not going to get rich off this, but we haven't been, we've been paying the piper for the last few years, and
Yes.
understandably so, because you got so
Yes.
much in debt service.
Yep.
And it's not like we didn't need a new Zamboni.
No.
So in saying that, I don't think it's a lost cause yet. And I was one of those people that, I come across as saying, we can't continue to go at a deficit.
I know, I watched it, yeah.
And we, I've said it, and I'm not going to.
No, it's okay.
I'm not going to shy away from it,
It's
because we
okay.
can't continue to go in a debt situation. But if there's light at the end of the tunnel, and we can get that state help to do the Title IX, take away the $124,000 in debt, we're going to be in a position where it's very manageable for us to, even if we break even.
In general, yes.
That's what we're looking for.
That's
We're not
what's-
looking to lose money. We're looking to if we can break even on it, that's
Yes.
a plus. That's a win-win
I
for the community.
100% agree with you, yes.
So,
Yes.
in my mind, I think that, after this budget, we form a committee or something like that to get our state delegation on board to look into proceeds from the state to do the Title IX, and then we look and see where we're going to be at in another year in 27, and hopefully we have a skating rink
Yeah.
that we can do for another 20 years. And
So I believe that in 2026, the state will come out with an RFP.
RFP, yeah.
And then we'll be able to get a good handle on it, yeah,
Well, I
for
think
sure.
I think what we should do is start getting our state delegation on board. to
I'm
see
all
if we
for
can
it.
get that
Who do
done.
I got to talk to?
God. But, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. And you have Councilor Weldon.
Thank you, Chairman McGinn. Thank you for your work on the skating rink. I have kids that go there, and it's a great amenity for the city of Peabody, and, I think I understand the struggle with making it revenue positive. I'm curious, the Title IX issue, obviously that's a big issue, it's an expensive issue. Do you have any idea, like, how much revenue we're missing out on not being Title IX compliant? Are we missing out on significant rentals from women's leagues and things like that? Could you maybe speak to that a little bit?
I know that because it's not just Title IX either, it's the size of the locker rooms, and you guys have all seen it. They're very small. I'm missing out on tournament play, which is a big revenue builder. So in order for me to have a tournament, I need to have the adequate locker rooms to supply to the teams. The way they're currently set up right now, it's very difficult for me to do that. They need more room, you need bigger rooms. Most tournaments are run on the weekends. So that involves 2 games a day. That involves teams hanging around for the day, which tying up a locker room that you would need because I don't have the space to accommodate, tournament play. It's very difficult for me to do that.
So the reason I ask, obviously to become Title IX compliant and get the investment needed, it's millions. You have a couple plans for that sort of thing. I'm wondering if we might be able to figure out a revenue projection or how much money we could generate from the tournament and look at lower cost options. I know there's modular locker rooms that might be a possibility. Now you're talking a couple $100,000 versus a few million.
So we looked into that, adding on a trailer to the side of the vehicle. But it's not just adding on a trailer, it's adding on rubber flooring, ventilation, access to the bathrooms, which causes some issues. So it's not just throwing something along the side of the building that they could use to get changed in, because there's a lot more to it than just, but we have looked at that.
Yeah, if we, put a committee together, I'd be happy to join that committee and try to help out. I know that some colleges have looked at, like some pretty significant college athletic programs have these trailers now. So trailer's probably not the right way to reference them, but they're more modular in design and it ends up being a more cost-efficient way of doing it, particularly if you don't need showers. I don't know if that's a stipulation in Title IX if you need showers or not, but if you have, I don't know, I think there's a way that
if the boys have showers, the girls...
Yeah, but if neither of them have showers, then you don't have to worry about it. So,
I know.
But yeah,
so the other thing, too, is that we don't have the luxury of free ice time, like available ice time, because we go 7 to 10, 7 days a week, 9, 10 months out of the year. The only time that I could really accommodate is the summertime. And if you know the hockey world, hockey players finish in April. They like to take May and half of June off until the kids get out of school, and then they roll right into the end of June, July, and August. So currently, right now, we're going 7 days a week, and this is probably one of the best seasons we had for the summertime, where I've rented almost every sheet of ice from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. So it's very difficult for having one sheet of ice to do some of that fun stuff that you're talking about, And
then can you just remind me, do you take the ice out at all? Is there a month or two where there's no ice in there?
No, so we found that due to the revenue, we made the decision that we just scrape it down, we keep it cold, because you're turning off the compressors and turning them on, you're adding water, there's a lot of cost that goes into painting the ice if you're taking it completely out. So what we do is we shave it down to pretty much 1/8 of an inch to the concrete, and then we just repaint it. So we avoid all the cost of the water and the electricity to restart the compressors and shut them off and stuff like that. So, yeah.
All right, well,
so we never close. We never close.
Never close. Got it. Thank you. No other questions. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Welton. Other councilors? Councilor Higgins.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I appreciate Paul's hard work and the hard work of his team as well. But just having, paid some visits to the facility, there's some major renovations required. I think a few years ago, I think I heard a number of something like over $2 million, to renovate or upgrade the women's locker room, and that's a Title IX issue.
Just point of information, I think what we heard a few moments ago was the 2018 number was
2018
was $3 million.
3 million. So yeah, and then 2018, you mentioned that the Saugus rink was updated by the state, or that's a long time ago. I'm worried that the state's appetite to fund projects like that is dried up. So there's a lot of risk, right? And I'm all for seeing some sort of committee form to see if there's any state funding that can be had, but I'm afraid that that rink is going to need a lot of improvements, major capital investment by somebody. It would be unfair for the city to do it with all the projects that we have coming up. And that lease is going to be up in a couple of years, so we're going to have to make a decision. I'm worried that we're not going to have that, we're not going to have the knowledge or the money coming from the state to make the renovations we want. So I think that, with all the hard work that you and your team are doing, you're at a disadvantage with that facility the way it is today. So I'm all for being part of a committee or forming a committee to see if we can get some state
we
funding.
are at a disadvantage a little bit, but if you ask anybody that uses our facility, they'd rather skate there than anywhere else in the New England area. And there's a reason for that. It's clean, it's well kept up for the age of the building. And you can ask any of our users, they have the opportunity to go other places, pay a little bit less, but they don't. They stick around because they love the community, they love where the rink is, and they love the way that we maintain it. So.
No, I appreciate your sentiments on that, and that's great. However, I do see the Kabuskis or the Gilmartin family, they went to start a business and they looked for a rink that was pretty much new, majorly renovated. If I was starting a business, I think I would do exactly the same thing. So that's why I feel that your facility is at a disadvantage, despite all the hard work that your team is doing. And I would argue that your team has to work harder than most because of the age of the facility and all the renovations required. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Higgins. Any other councilors on? A quick question. I think this is probably for Mary. On your overview presentation for the golf course, was slide 25. You've got a interest and other line item there where the fiscal 25 budget was $18,500, but we came in at $48,000 and we're budgeting $48,000, so there was a pretty significant uptick there. If you just share with me what that was. I mean, in fiscal 24, we were right around that. We were at 47,186. So I'm just trying to understand why we went down to 18.5, but actually, it seems like there might have been a mistake there in the budgeting process for fiscal 25.
Counselor, I think you're correct. When we budgeted FY25, we're probably looking back into 23, and when the actuals for 24 came in, they were that much greater, in that 48,000 range. And I can't specifically remember what the increases were. So I'd have to take another look at that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it just appears to me that it was a potential spreadsheet error with the numbers for the actual 24, the projected 25, and what you're budgeting all seem flat. So that's just an outlier. With that, if there's no other questions, what's the will of the council?
I
Councilor
just want to
Melville.
thank the golf course folks that have sat through the entire education committee last Tuesday and have been here all night. They do a great job, and I just want to recognize them for sticking it out, and we thank you for being available. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Melville. You could really show your appreciation by making a motion to approve their budget. Could you make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the Recreation Enterprise Fund proposed by the mayor. We're going to go with the $2,961,000, correct? So moved.
That's correct. Thank you, Councilor Melville. You heard the motion by Councilor Melville. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Peach. Yes. Gould.
Yes.
Gamache. Higgins.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Motion to recess till Thursday.
Yeah, I was hoping to take at least one other item. If
I was hoping I had to take one more item.
you have it in you. We've got quite a bit on the agenda that we didn't get to, and plus we've got the schools to get to, obviously, on Thursday. We can, if we're unable to get that all done, we can definitely, there is a mechanism to go into July, but it is a substantial amount of additional work. So if that's avoidable, you know, I'd like to see if that's possible. So the only other item I'd want to take on tonight would be item C on the agenda, transfer of funds, department payroll accounts, an amount of $1,423,900, department expenses, an amount of $1,185,500 and the two recreation transfers, recreation enterprise various payroll and expense accounts, $48,000, and water and sewer enterprise various expense accounts in an amount of $686,000. Mr. Gingras.
Thank you. So I went through all the budget lines earlier in April, May, tried to project out what we were going to need in order to be able to make a transfer from free cash to fund any of these potential deficits, particularly $1.5 million or so is public safety between salaries and overtime and some medical bills. Most of the other general government accounts are sort of a movement between line items. Similar with the recreation enterprise and water and sewer enterprise. It's more of a movement within most of those accounts. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Gingras on
I
this
have no
item?
questions. I have just a point of information.
Yes.
So you're looking for the transfers. Is that what you're looking for to complete tonight?
Yeah, it's item C on the agenda. Item C. So
the transfer of funds, department payroll account, that's what you're looking for, right?
item C.
Item C. Transfer of funds, department's payroll accounts, $1,423,900. Department expenses, $1,185,500. Recreation enterprise, various payroll and expense
Are you making the motion, Counsel? I just want to see if anybody has any questions on this.
Oh, I
before
thought everybody was sleeping.
Thank you, Counsel Gamache. I'll circle back to you. Counsel Gould, do you have your hand up? No. No other questions. Mr. Gingras, just, I know the answer to this question, but just so there's no confusion, later on down the line. These free cash transfers were represented in your overview presentation, correct? Right, so we've already, in your earlier presentation last Tuesday, the council already saw the impact of an affirmative vote on this transfer, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Council Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, obviously, you know, I think this is, you have to do it. We're over budget, so I don't know what exactly we do if we vote no. It just rolls into our next fiscal year, and we still have to pay it. But through you to the mayor.
Just a point of information, that's correct.
Yeah, I know. But through you to the mayor, are we anticipating a supplemental from the schools as well? I know there was talk of maybe a budget shortfall there, but you know, we're down to the final days of June, so I don't know. We haven't seen anything.
We're hoping not to, but a final determination hasn't been made yet on that. I know the school department are waiting for some closeouts on some items, and I know their strong desire is not to come to the council for a supplemental, but I think we're going to have to see how these next few weeks go.
Thank you. I think my concern, and I assume a lot of my colleagues share the same concern, just with our free cash balance. It's significantly low. I think we're down, projected after approving this, to about 3% of our operating budget, and it's we've said it over and over again, it's not sustainable. So I'm not going to vote to roll this into the next fiscal year, because it doesn't do anything, but I just wanted to bring that out there, that especially if we have foreseen budget shortfalls earlier in the fiscal year, if there's anything that can be brought to our attention, maybe we can make some cuts beforehand, before we get to this point, instead of just having to rely on free cash, because it's not going to be there in 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. From my comments last week's meeting, I clearly agree with you. Just to clarify, that percentage is 4.06% after this transfer. So, any other questions from the committee? Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you. I move approval on the transfer of funds, department payroll accounts $1,423,900, department expenses $1,185,500, recreation enterprise, various payroll and...
So let's take these as two separate things. Sorry, Councilor Gamache.
So you want the department payroll and department expenses as one?
Yeah, I don't want you to commingle the city transfers with the enterprise transfers, that's all.
Okay, I'm sorry. So that's late C, correct? Item C?
It's item C, that's
So
correct.
the city budget payroll accounts of $258,900 to department's payroll accounts $1,423,900. City budget expense accounts, various funding accounts, $390,500 to department expenses, various expense accounts, $1,185,500. Unreserved fund balance, free cash, $1,960,000. A total of $2,609,400 to $2,609,400. So moved.
Councilor, you heard the motion, and just if we could just add to that motion, Councilor Gamache, that's the detail is included in the attachment with the communication from His Honor the Mayor.
Including the information from His Honor the Mayor.
Yeah, the detail, and that's...
that is attached, yes.
Yep, dated May 29th, 2025. You heard the motion. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Council Gamache.
At this time, I move approval on the Enterprise Funds Recreation Enterprise, see detailed list of $48,000 to various payroll and expense accounts of $48,000. You want to do them separately or together?
You can do these together.
Together?
Yep.
Water Sewer Enterprise, see detailed list, various funding accounts, $686,000 to various expense accounts, $686,000. So moved.
Again, all in accordance with the detail provided in a communication from His Honor the Mayor dated May 29th, 2025. You heard the motion from Councilor Gamache. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Council Rossignol, I'll take your motion to recess.
So moved.
You heard the motion. All in favor, any opposed? It's a vote. We are in recess
Thank you, Council.
until Thursday evening. Thank you.